going to brief on Ukraine to come to the podium. OCHA, UNICEF, WHO, UN Women, I think, is online. Sophie is online, and then Charlotte. Where's Margaret? Oh, and I can't see Charlotte, or maybe Charlotte is online too. Let me see. I can't see her. Okay, maybe Charlotte will join us a little bit later. So thank you very much, colleagues, for being here. As you know, we are getting very close to the 3rd anniversary of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and all colleagues would like to make a point of the situation there at this important anniversary. So we are also having online colleagues. Jens, you've come with the resident coordinator and humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine, Assistant Secretary General Matthias Schmale. Matthias, I welcome you to the briefing here in Geneva. James, you've brought Toby Fricker, who's UNICEF's Chief of Communication in Ukraine, and who's talking to us from Zaporizhia. Sorry, I forgot to say that Matthias is in Kyiv. And then Margaret, you are accompanied by Dr. Jarno Harbic. Our colleagues know him well. He's the WHO country representative for Ukraine. And Sofia Kaltrop is here in Geneva for UN Women. And we will see if UNAIDS joins us later on. So maybe I'll start with OCHA. Jens, you want to say a word, and then we'll go to Matthias?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alessandra. And it's so good to see you, Matthias, there online. I will pass the floor to you, but just to say from here, thank you very much for taking time to speak to us. These are busy, uncertain times in Ukraine. I know you have a fantastic team there that you lead. So over to you for the latest.
Thank you, Alessandra and Jens. Good morning to you in Geneva. As has already been mentioned, on Monday, the 24th, is the 3rd anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion into Ukraine, and it is a somber milestone. We should remember that for 3 years now, civilians in Ukraine have endured continuous attacks, displacement and hardship. We must also remember that this began back in 2014. So all children that were born since, all children up to the age of 11 have never experienced their country at peace. In 2024, last year, there was a 30% increase in civilian casualties compared to the year before. And the humanitarian situation is arguably worsening. We think that 36%, so more than a third of Ukraine's population, 12.7 million people, need humanitarian assistance this year. Winter makes everything more hazardous and dangerous. It's getting very cold again. Last night it was -8 Celsius here in Kiev, and it's colder along the front line. Attacks on energy infrastructure risk leaving hospitals and homes without electricity and heating during these most cold months of the year. A few days ago in Mykolaiv in the south, 100,000 people were left without access to electricity, and there are other examples like this. Allow me to mention that going into the 4th year of war, there's also the hidden crisis of mental health. At the moment, there are attacks every night. This past night, all of us here in Kiev were woken up yet again by air sirens and loud explosions. And this, of course, has a serious psychological impact. I sometimes call this psychological terror from the sky. And this is weakening resilience. We often speak of, I have seen enormous examples of strong people who get up and rebuild, but resilience is understandably weakening as this goes on. Now, allow me to mention that as humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine, I have identified and pushed the following 4 priorities for this year. The first line is to continue support along the front lines and delivering aid to some very vulnerable people who've chosen to stay near the front line. Last year, we had 50 convoys bringing 580 metric tons of essential supplies to war-torn communities, and we are continuing this into this year. The second priority is to support the management of evacuations from the frontline areas. There are, in particular, vulnerable people among the older people and people with limited mobility that face serious difficulties. There are very strong pushes by the armed forces of the Russian Federation along the front line, and evacuations are ongoing. We are supporting people with essential goods, including cash assistance, as they are on the move to transit centers, collective sites, and wherever they end up being. Allow me to also mention the other side of the front line, the occupied territories. We continue to have basically no real access to those, and we know, though, that there are some very vulnerable people in the occupied territories without support. The third priority is to continue supporting, in particular, local organizations who respond to strikes, to military activity. I have been to several impact sites. I've met many of the local first responders, and it is really impressive how quickly they often act. There's more than 600 national and local groups involved in this, and really with remarkable speed, often within the hour, they are on the scene helping people who've just lost homes or loved ones. And then finally, the fourth priority is contributing to more durable solutions for IDPs, internally displaced people. There are more than 10 million people who've been uprooted by this war, and 3.7 of them, at least 3.7 million people, are displaced in Ukraine. 3 years into the fourth year, this is becoming a protracted crisis going beyond the immediate humanitarian response, and government is increasingly talking to me and others about more durable solutions, including, of course, employment, social housing, access to healthcare, and education. So let me finish by saying in order to implement these four priorities, this year we need $2.6 billion to sustain assistance in around these priorities for at least 6 million people. So, of course, we urge the international community to continue to be generous. Ukraine must not be forgotten. We know the world's attention is divided, understandably, among multiple crises, but the humanitarian needs in Ukraine continue unabated and are urgent, and we need the support of the international community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for being with us. Stay there. We will open the floor to questions just in a moment. I'll go to UNICEF. James, you want to introduce Toby, or we'll give him the floor straight away? Okay, so Toby, can you please brief us on the situation of children and the toll of war on them?
Good morning. Yes, absolutely. And let me talk to start by talking to a new survey that recently released. It shows that a staggering 1 in 5 children in Ukraine reported losing a close relative or friend since the escalation of the war 3 years ago. 1 in 3 children reported feeling so hopeless and sad that they can't do their usual activities. These were the responses of more than 23,000 children who took part in a UNICEF-led survey that we released today. And it's a blunt reminder of the loss and grief that pervades childhood in Ukraine. 3 years into the full-scale war, more than 2,520 children have been killed or injured, according to UN-verified numbers. The real number is likely far higher. And it's getting worse. There was a more than 50% increase in child casualties in 2024 compared to 2023. And what we see is no place is safe. Schools, maternity wards, children's hospitals, all have been affected by attacks. Overall, some 780 health facilities and more than 1,600 schools have been damaged or destroyed, according to UN data. In Odessa this week, we saw a health clinic providing care for 40,000 children, and a kindergarten serving 250 of the youngest children were severely damaged in an attack. When a children's hospital is hit, a school shelled, or an electric grid destroyed, children suffer even when they survive. their well-being and development impacted yet again. Schools, for example, are places for children to learn. They're lifelines that provide a sense of safety and normalcy, as we say, and hope for the future. Yet nearly 40% of children across Ukraine still study online or through a mixture of in-person and remote classes. Today, I'm talking to you from an underground school here in Zaporizhzhia. Classrooms in basements and shelters like these have sadly become the norm. This should not be the norm. The impact on education has been immense. Assessments have shown that on average, learning loss of 2 years in some subjects among some children. UNICEF has been supporting the rehabilitation of shelters to make them as safe and child-friendly as possible. We've been training teachers, establishing catch-up classes to help children recover learning losses. But the impact on children's development and mental health, as we just heard, is equally worrying. Let's not forget, as we also were just told, that children and young people across the East have lived through nearly 11 years of war. Like 18-year-old Darina, who I first met 5 years ago in Zolote, an eastern mining town close to the then front line. We recently reconnected near Dnipro, where she has been displaced to, and she said, I had plans for the future, but the war ruined everything. Now the future doesn't exist. Those were her words. And there are still 3.7 million people internally displaced, and more than 6.8 million outside the country. In neighboring host countries, half of Ukrainian school-aged children are not enrolled in national education systems. And while children and young people of all ages are at risk, those born when the escalation of war began are now turning 3 years old. They've spent their critical early years when brains develop the fastest and the foundation for life is set amid extreme stress and loss. And that has long-term risks of psychological disorders, poorer physical health throughout life. The consequences can also be intergenerational, which is why early intervention is so critical, like UNICEF-supported mobile teams, including counsellors who respond immediately after attacks, like home visits in frontline areas and other areas across the country that provide vital health and holistic care, such as identifying developmental challenges and providing parenting guidance. We know that when we invest in early childhood health and development, there is a longer-term return on investment of 9 to 1. Improving access to and the quality of such services will help create an environment also that people will want to return to. We've seen how, despite the extreme challenges, Ukraine's children, youth and families, as well as extraordinary social and health workers, teachers, water technicians, have demonstrated incredible resolve. And we were working together with them, not only on our humanitarian response, but through development efforts. This underground school here in Zaporizhzhia is an initiative of the local authorities here, using best practices provided by UNICEF. The Better Care Reform agenda to ensure every child grows up in a family, not an institution, is not only happening in Western Ukraine, but here in frontline areas. Investing in children and young people across the country, as we say, is non-negotiable, not only because it's the right thing to do for their protection and well-being, but for the future of Ukraine. What's ultimately needed is a real and sustained peace in which every child can realize their rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I go now to WHO. Margaret, you want to start, or I go to Jarno? Jarno, please go ahead with your briefing.
Dear colleagues in Geneva and journalists, just to build on the two previous colleagues sharing, imagine a young mother in Kharkiv region in Ukraine, her days interrupted by air raid sirens and her nights haunted by drones. Each day is a struggle balancing her children's safety with the anxiety that has become her constant companion. In 2017, 2 years ago, when the health reform started, 1 out of the 10 people in Ukraine said psychological stress was negatively impacting their health. Now, 3 years into the war, most recent survey shows that that number is 6 out of 10 people. 60%. Let's come back to Kharkiv. Among her many daily concerns, one is about access to and the affordability of healthcare. Will the local primary healthcare clinic be open? And will the doctor be available? Can the young mother afford the care that the child needs? Will the pharmacy has the medicine that her elderly parents require for chronic diseases? She's not unique. According to the latest WHO Health Needs Assessment, 25% of people believe their access to medical services has worsened compared to the period before February 24, 2022, and Russian Federation invasion. 82% have experienced issues getting medicines, mainly due to the price increase. And 35% of population are postponing their care, every third person. And what about the young woman's husband who has just returned home with a traumatic, life-altering injury? Will he get the rehabilitation he needs, and how he can return to work? This is the reality for countless families across Ukraine 3 years into the devastating invasion. The regional disparities persist in public health picture, what we are seeing, with areas of increased vulnerability and conflict-affected areas with greater difficulties due to the security concerns and higher cost of care and medicines. It is often said how resilient the Ukrainian people are, but however resilient, they shouldn't face these difficult choices. Neither should health be a target. Since the start of the full-scale war, WHO has documented over 2,200 attacks on health, and it is ongoing. Earlier this week, an overnight strike in Odessa damaged the region's largest children's clinic, disrupting vital services. And many of you have seen and witnessed the pictures. It isn't just about buildings. It's about lives disrupted, care denied, futures put on hold. And it is about immense pressure on healthcare workers exhausted by hierarchically working 24/7. Dear partners, this year in 2025, an estimated 9.2 million people in Ukraine will need some form of health assistance from humanitarian actors. And Matthias was mentioning the whole appeal, and the many sectors need support. With the support of WHO and our partners, we aim to reach 3 million people, mainly in the frontline areas, focusing the most critical needs in the oblasts impacted. We collectively need over $130 million to continue to save lives the way how we have been doing the last 36 months. Despite the challenges, we have witnessed the health system transformation and recovery during the last 3 years. This is due to extraordinary complementary financing and financial support, such as budget support, investments, expertise and capacity building for health sector from many donors, including European Union. We acknowledge these partnerships and funding and gratefully ask you to continue. The health of Ukraine's people will depend on this. Dear journalists, we mark 3-year full-scale war. It is WHO and the wider UN family's role to continue the support to Ukraine with response, recovery, and development efforts. They all go hand in hand. Amid of destruction, our commitment is everywhere. In Mykolaiv, we support to have clean water and sanitation in hospitals. In Zaporozhye, I was just talking to many mental health experts and the colleagues working to support with those invisible wounds that many have mentioned. In Kharkiv, we have just opened a heating station to ensure that the hospital can work. And we have trained more than 8,000 healthcare workers on emergency care. The rehabilitation services are gradually scaled up. I witnessed that in Dnipro last week, in Hospital 16, where services are available, and the new healthcare workers are trained. And we met with hundreds of rehab colleagues in Kiev last week on the Rehab Forum to ensure that all the work across the Ukraine is coordinated. The health financing team is working to make primary care affordable, and especially in the rural and war-affected areas, together with the National Health Service of Ukraine. These are just few glimpses of our work in Ukraine, in all the oblasts and various facilities. Dear all, going ahead, we need stamina, solidarity, and support more than ever. The people of Ukraine are counting on us. And ultimately, health may not be everything, but without health, everything is nothing. Дякую.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'll close with Sophia Kaltop for UN Women. Charlotte had to disconnect, but she has sent you her notes for UNAIDS. Sophia, you're calling in from Geneva.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Good morning to everybody. And it's an honor to be here with colleagues from the rest of the UN system as we mark this sombering 3 years. As we all know, we meet at a critical moment for Ukraine, where the war continues to take an unimaginable toll on, in particular, the lives of millions of women and girls of Ukraine. And behind the headlines, beyond the battlefield, there is another story unfolding, and that is the story of all those women and girls who are bearing the brunt of this war, but yet they are standing resilient, leading their communities and working towards a better future for all Ukrainians. And as we mark this 3 years since the beginning of the full-scale war, I would like to shed some light on the realities and the struggles and hardship, but also leadership of the women and girls of Ukraine, and to reaffirm UN Women's very strong commitment to supporting them. As we have said before, the full-scale war has pushed an entire generation of Ukrainian women and girls backward in terms of rights, in terms of safety, and in terms of economic opportunities. We have already heard from Matthias that in 2024, the number of killed and injured in Ukraine increased by a staggering 30%, and of those 800 women lost their lives, and more than 3,700 women were killed last year, were injured in Ukraine. We also know that the vast majority of Ukrainian refugees and displaced persons are women, and 6.7 million women are in need of life-saving humanitarian assistance. Women's access to key health, energy, and education services is compromised, with over half of the country's primary healthcare facilities damaged or destroyed. As we also heard, the UN is not able to access occupied parts of Ukraine, but I would like to stress our concern about the plight of women in detention and their vulnerability to sexual violence. The UN has already verified 398 cases of conflict-related sexual violence perpetrated by Russian forces so far. Since 2023, the cases of domestic violence have surged by staggering 36% in Ukraine. War-related distress has contributed to this increase in gender-based and domestic violence, and as well as to the higher rates of depression among women and girls. And we already heard colleagues briefing about the hidden mental crisis in Ukraine. And also when it comes to this mental health crisis, women and girls are in the midst of the suffering. Further, women in Ukraine do not have equal access to the economy. In 2023, women made up 72.5% of the unemployed. And by 2024, only 48% of displaced women were employed, compared to 71% of men. Women also earned 41.4% less than men in 2023, which is a doubling of the pay gap in Ukraine since 2021. Unpaid care and domestic work have also sharply risen, with the closure of childcare facilities has worsened the burden on women in terms of domestic unpaid care work. But despite all those hardships, the Ukrainian women are showing extraordinary leadership. They are driving economic recovery, leading humanitarian efforts, and even enlisting themselves in the armed forces in record numbers. Today, we have more than 68,000 women that have joined the armed forces of Ukraine, with 5,000 actively serving in combat roles at the moment. But yet, the women of Ukraine remain severely underfunded. In 2022, less than 1% of all international aid in support of recovery in Ukraine included a gender equality focus. Since the start of the full-scale war, we at UN Women have been at the forefront, providing life-saving assistance to women and girls across Ukraine, from humanitarian aid and psychosocial support to economic and political empowerment initiatives. We are working tirelessly together with our partners in Ukraine to ensure that women and women's organizations are not left behind. In 2024 alone, we supported more than 180,000 women and girls affected by the war. And for the Women, Peace and Humanitarian Fund, we have directed over $20 million US to 54 women-led and women's rights organizations operating mainly in the hardest hit areas of the country. But let me finally stress that our work at UN Women, it's not only about meeting immediate needs. It's also about securing women's access to rights, strengthening their participation in decision-making, and ensuring that they have a strong voice in shaping Ukraine's future. Because we know that no lasting peace in Ukraine without women at the table is possible. History has shown us that peace agreements are more durable and inclusive when women are involved. This is not just a matter of fairness, it is a matter of effectiveness. And I would like to take this opportunity as we mark the 3-year of the start of the war and the upcoming 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action to call on all partners and decision makers for renewed financial and political support to the women's rights organizations and to the women leaders in Ukraine to deliver humanitarian assistance, to participate in early recovery, and also to engage in peace processes. We cannot fail the women and girls of Ukraine right now. If we stand together, we can ensure that women and girls are not only survivors of this war, but that they emerge from it stronger, empowered, and leading the way forward for a just and equal future for all Ukrainians. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alessandra, and over to you.
Thank you.
So that's the very latest and wrap of the United Nations daily briefing on this Friday morning. They did discuss several topics and then finalizing their meeting with the discussion on Ukraine from different partners. On the right side of your screen, other top stories we're following. That top right box, a live look out in Rafah, Gaza. As you can see, destruction from the Gaza war between Israel and Hamas. And then that bottom box, a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital in Vatican City as Pope Francis remains hospitalized this Friday morning. 7:29 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to your top political headlines, giving you a live look out in Washington, D.C. at the White House. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. 7:31 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, we do want to transition to your top political headlines this Friday morning. I want to take you back to Washington, D.C. and give you a live look at the White House. This as we are looking into President Donald Trump's first month. We know from cuts to government spending to banning paper straws. President Donald Trump's first month back in office has been a whirlwind of activity, big and small. But as Fox's Rebecca Castor reports this morning, there's also been countless lawsuits and protests, and even new polls revealing his approval rating is slipping. Take a listen.
And from that moment, President Donald Trump went straight to work. In his first month, he signed 73 executive orders, one of the first declaring a national emergency at the border.
Police!
Illegal border crossings are down 36% compared to President Biden's last month in office. And ICE agents have arrested thousands of violent criminals and gang members.
We will not stop till every single member of TDA is eradicated from this country and sitting in Gitmo.
On Capitol Hill, the Senate has confirmed 19 Trump administration officials, the latest being a controversial pick to lead the FBI, Kash Patel.
Kash Patel, mark my words, will cause evil in this building behind us, and Republicans who vote for him will rue that day.
Democrats are also critical of Trump's new right-hand man, Elon Musk, and his cost-cutting project, Doge. Musk says he's saved taxpayers tens of billions, but he's also pushed out thousands of federal workers.
It's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential.
The reason they're being fired is because they won't bow down to Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Doge's aggressive actions seem to be one reason why Trump's popularity has fallen since the election. Two new polls show a slight majority of voters think Trump is overstepping presidential authority, and his approval rating has dropped below 50%. President Trump is also making international waves, hitting key trading partners with tariffs and pushing toward controversial ends to conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. Taking you back out to the White House, as President Donald Trump says it's time to stop spending taxpayer dollars on undocumented migrants, and he signed an executive order to make sure that happens. This comes as border crossings are already way down, and shelters that once saw hundreds of migrants per day are now nearly empty. Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre has more on this story from McAllen, Texas.
I'm just outside the Humanitarian Respite Center in downtown McAllen. Now, this is the place where migrants are dropped off to after being released by Border Patrol. But ever since President Trump took office in January, the numbers here at the shelter have dropped significantly, and it looks like funding could follow.
In some cases, this is something that should be rethought of more carefully to make sure that those that depend on those funding be able to continue to be given that opportunity to care, continue that service of caring for humanity, because it's something that we as a country can definitely provide that assistance.
Yeah, that's Sister Norma Pimentel, the executive director of the shelter here. She tells me the shelter got less busy after President Biden's executive order limiting asylum claims. But now with Trump's immigration crackdown, it is nearly empty. Now this month, the shelter's on track to receive little to no families in seek of help, and that's a big drop from the thousands they helped in the previous months. And the staff still offers food and medicine and a place to stay, but Trump's funding cuts could put those resources at risk.
Just cutting everyone from those funds is going to hurt a lot of people that need that care and that attention. And my hopes are that Congress will carefully make decisions before they decide to cut everything from those that really need to be helped.
Border towns across the United States are seeing shelters close because of the low numbers we're seeing here at the border. One example happening in San Diego, where a rapid migrant response shelter closed its doors, laying off just around 115 of its employees. In McAllen, Texas, Sarah Allegre, Fox News.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. Here at 7:35 on the East Coast, we're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, staying on top of your political headlines and heading out to the U.S. Capitol, giving you a live look there at this hour. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top political headlines this Friday morning. We know Kash Patel has been confirmed by the Senate in a narrow vote to be the next director of the FBI. Democrats voicing harsh opposition to Patel, while Republicans celebrated another cabinet win. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has the latest breakdown of this win.
Today we just had Kash Patel approved, which is great.
Kash Patel, viewed by many as a Trump loyalist, will now take the helm of the FBI. In a 51-49 vote, 2 GOP senators voted against Patel. One of those senators, Susan Collins of Maine, said in part of a statement before the vote, quote, Mr. Patel's recent political profile undermines his ability to serve in the apolitical role of director of the FBI. And Democrats rallied ahead of the hearing.
Republicans who may vote for Kash Patel, this vote will haunt you. You will be held accountable. You will rue the day of this vote.
Already, some senior FBI officials have been forced out, and the Justice Department has asked for the names of agents who investigated the January 6th riot at the Capitol. Patel has spoken about reducing the Bureau's presence in Washington and bringing its focus back to crime fighting from intelligence gathering. In a post on X, he wrote, quote, the politicalization of our justice system has eroded public trust, but that ends today. Republican leaders say they agree.
The FBI has lost trust among the American people in recent years. Much of that seems, or I should say much of that stems from a perception that politics has infected the FBI's important work. And it's not hard to see why.
Kash Patel is the 19th cabinet member to be confirmed. President Trump plans to hold his first official cabinet meeting at the White House next week. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. Taking you back out to the U.S. Capitol, as overnight, the U.S. Senate, they spoke and debated about the 2025 budget. We're going to go ahead to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. We'll also have some of those sound bites from different senators as they went back and forth, trying to lay the groundwork for President Donald Trump's legislative agenda. The very latest in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine as we continue with your top political headlines this Friday morning. As promised, taking you back out to the U.S. Capitol, giving you a live look there here at 7:43 on the East Coast. As the U.S. Senate, they pulled an all-nighter. Republican lawmakers trying to lay the groundwork for President Donald Trump's legislative agenda as Democrats fight them each step of the way. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has the very latest from Washington this morning, where the White House's cost-cutting campaign charges forward.
Republicans may have majorities here on Capitol Hill, but for the president's agenda in Congress, nothing is certain as the big government shakeup continues here in Washington.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
Billionaire Elon Musk wielding a chainsaw, celebrating federal spending cuts at CPAC, the conservative gathering underway just outside the nation's capital. Musk saying how easy it is to slash federal spending.
You just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars, like just a little bit, you know? It's wild.
The clerk will call the roll. On Capitol Hill overnight, a little more mundane, even if the stakes are higher.
I don't care how long it takes. We're going to deliver.
And it did take some time as the Senate spent the night arguing over President Trump's budget framework. All Democrats could do was slow the process down and voice their objections.
Trump and Musk are just taking a wrecking ball to the U.S. government.
We're finding hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud, waste and abuse.
The president says the cuts may pay dividends, passing some of the savings on to taxpayers. There are some reports of possibly $5,000 checks, but that will depend on Congress, and Democrats are likely to fight most spending cuts.
So no, we are not in the business of giving out money, and honestly, I don't know what $5,000 will do for you.
Now, President Trump will be at the White House signing more executive orders today. Tomorrow, he will address that conservative gathering, CPAC, just outside the Capitol. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And as we further discuss the U.S. Senate, as they pulled that all-nighter, I can tell you all the way into the early morning hours of 6 a.m. to discuss the 2025 GOP budget, I want to play out some of those remarks for you now.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. To my colleagues, it's been a very long day. To the Budget Committee staff, Nick and your team, thank you very much. Through this process, I've got to know Senator Merkley better, and it's been a pleasure. We're one step closer to fixing a problem that all Americans want us to fix, I think. The man who murdered Laken Riley was released from detention because we had no bed space. That should never happen again. $175 billion in this bill to make sure we got enough bed space, we finish the wall, and kick gang members and other criminals out of the country. $150 billion for the military that's been worn out. They need the money. $20 billion for the mighty, mighty Coast Guard. We're one step closer to fulfilling a promise Republicans made to make you safer. I hope we can get one big, beautiful bill in the House, but we need to act on border security and national security now. We're running out of time. Thank you all.
Senator from Oregon.
I so much appreciate the collaboration and cooperation, communication between the budget team here on this side of the aisle and Senator Graham's team. And we have had the chance to all be on the floor and have a discussion about issues that we rarely get to have. It isn't quite the give and take that you might see in some legislatures, but we are, in fact, here wrestling with the national issues. This budget resolution comes down to one thing, and that is that families lose and billionaires win. I said at the beginning of the night that over the course of the evening, the amendments would show that Democrats are standing up for families on groceries, on health care, on housing, on education, on child care. And that's what's been demonstrated tonight. I still invite our Republican colleagues to join with us and help the families of America rather than attacking the programs that serve them in order to fund tax giveaways for billionaires. Tax giveaways for billionaires will not make our nation stronger. Stronger families will make our nation stronger.
Order. The question occurs on adoption of the concurrent resolution as amended.
This bill will be paid for. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. I do. Thank you. Yeah, gotcha. Scott. Risch, Haggerty.
Great.
I gotcha.
All right.
Kane, gotcha. Thank you. Corn. Cantwell?
Cantwell, no.
Graham, gotcha. Got you. Yep. Capito. Oh my God. Thank you. Yep, do. Gotcha. McCormick. Shots.
So this was the part of the debate where different senators voted on various amendments, and then the debate continued to last. So as they do this vote, I don't want to bore you and just sit on this screen. So we'll go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more remarks from the U.S. senators. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, the Senate went to a vote on some amendments, and that is now wrapping. So we can continue to play out some of the remarks as they had an overnight session to debate the 2025 GOP budget.
The concurrent resolution as amended is agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 48. The concurrent resolution, as amended, is considered agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. The Democratic leader.
President, tonight, one amendment at a time, Democrats exposed Republicans' true colors here on the Senate floor. For the first time this year, Senate Republicans were forced to go on record and defend their plans to cut taxes for Donald Trump's billionaire friends. What happened tonight was only the beginning. This debate is going to go on for weeks and maybe months. Democrats will be ready to come back and do this over and over again because Americans deserve to know the truth. And what is the truth? Under Donald Trump's Republican Party, billionaires win and American families lose. Billionaires win and American families lose. That's it. That's the Republican agenda. Tonight, we gave Republicans one chance after another to do the right thing and put the needs of American families first. We voted on amendments to prevent any tax cuts for billionaires, paid for with cuts to Medicaid. Republicans said no. We voted on an amendment to protect maternal and children's health care from draconian cuts. Republicans said no. We voted on an amendment to make it easier for Americans to rent or own a home. Republicans said no. Again and again and again, Republicans sent a clear and consistent message from the Senate floor. Under their agenda, billionaires win and American families lose. If Republicans continue with this reckless plan to help their billionaire buddies at the expense of American families, Democrats will make sure the American people know the truth at every opportunity. I yield the floor.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 21.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Daniel Driscoll of North Carolina to be Secretary of the Army.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Daniel Driscoll of North Carolina to be Secretary of the Army, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names we waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 22.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed,
aye.
No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Executive Office of the President, Jamison Greer of Maryland to be United States Trade Representative.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jamison Greer of Maryland to be United States Trade Representative with the rank of Ambassador, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent to reading the names we waived.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have one request for a committee to meet during today's session of the Senate. It has the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following Senate resolutions which were submitted earlier today: S-Res 87, S-Res 88, and S-Res 89.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures on block? Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, February the 24th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume executive calendar number 21, Daniel Driscoll to be Secretary of the Army. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, that the cloture motions with respect to the Driscoll and Greer nominations ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, for the information of all senators should expect multiple votes on Monday evening. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.
So that was the very latest. Just wanted to play that for you in full from what we had as the U.S. Senate pulled an all-nighter into the early morning hours this Friday morning to debate the 2025 GOP budget. And then you can see how they adjourned until February 24th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, we are closely approaching the 8 o'clock hour, 1 minute shy from the 8 o'clock hour here at 7:59. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are following breaking news, and right now I want to give you a live look at the Israel-Gaza border, the skyline shot there, as we are following the very latest with the hostage negotiations already on unstable ground. The ceasefire deal to end more than a year's worth of deadly fighting between Israel and Hamas is being put to the test yet again. Well, this time, Israeli officials are unleashing a serious allegation about a fraudulent hostage return. This as a series of bus attacks is causing fresh concerns. Fox News correspondent Shanley Pater reports on the very latest.
In the midst of a fragile ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, a shocking revelation from the Israeli military. Officials have positively identified the remains of 2 young hostages taken during Hamas's deadly incursion back in 2023. But instead of being accompanied by the body of their mother, Shiri Bibas, military officials say the third body released was anonymous, not matching Shiri or any other hostage. Israeli medical teams, meanwhile, have confirmed the 4th body returned by Hamas was in fact Oded Lifshitz. On Thursday, Hamas released the bodies the group said belonged to 4 Israeli hostages. A convoy transported the remains to a forensic center to be analyzed. Hamas says all 4 of the people were killed during Israeli airstrikes. Upon testing, Israeli officials say the 2 boys and Lifshitz were killed by their captors.
We all ache with pain.
But the same day Israelis were mourning the arrival of the bodies, multiple bus explosions near Tel Aviv triggered fears. Investigators say 3 empty buses blew up. Adding several bombs that hadn't detonated were also discovered at parking lots in another nearby city. No one was hurt, and as of Thursday night, no group has claimed responsibility. These updates creating uncertainty over the future of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire set to expire early next month. Hamas, meanwhile, has said it plans to free 6 living hostages Saturday in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. I'm Shanley Pater, Fox News.
Shanley, thank you so much. And of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on that hostage exchange expected for Saturday. 8:01 here on the East Coast and giving you a live look out in Rafah, Gaza, as the destruction is imminent following the Israel-Hamas conflict. As we continue to follow the latest out in the Middle East, the Associated Press reporting this morning that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a body that Hamas militants released during the handover of remains of Israeli hostages is that of a woman from Gaza. instead of that of Shiri Bibas, the mother of 2 young boys whose bodies were returned Thursday. In a statement released this Friday morning, Netanyahu criticized that handover, calling it, quote, cruel and malicious violation of the ceasefire agreement, which has halted fighting in the Gaza Strip, and said Hamas would, quote, pay the full price for the action. Hamas militants turned over 4 bodies Thursday under the tenuous ceasefire, which has paused the 15 months war. Israel confirming 1 body was that of Oded Lifshitz, who was 83 when he was abducted during the Hamas attack on Israel that started back on October 7th of 2023. The remains of Shiri Bibas' 2 young sons, Ariel and Kiefer Bibas, were positively identified by Israeli Defense Forces, but adding the 4th body was not that of the mother nor of any other hostage. Netanyahu goes on to say, quote, we will work with determination to bring Shiri home together with all of our hostages, both living and dead, and ensure that Hamas pays the full price for this cruel and malicious violation of the agreement. He goes on to say the sacred memory of Oded Lifshitz and Ariel and Kiefer Bibas will forever be enshrined in the heart of the nation. May God avenge their blood, and so we will avenge. We'll continue to follow the very latest of this breaking news. Again, we are looking ahead to Saturday when living hostages are supposed to be released out of Hamas captivity in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. If you're unfamiliar with this agreement, Hamas did agree to release hostages, but for 1 hostage, it equals about 20 to 25 Palestinian prisoners. So just want to provide that perspective. Of course, when it gets underway on Saturday, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, we're also keeping a close eye on the very latest out in Vatican City, keeping a close eye on Pope Francis this morning, as this Friday officially marks 1 week of his hospital stay. We know since his time in the hospital, his condition has worsened as he now has double pneumonia. So we will continue to follow the very latest on this breaking news headline. Here at 8:05 on the East Coast, we're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More on Pope Francis when we come back. Continuing with your breaking news headlines and top stories on this Friday morning, taking you back out to Vatican City as we continue to keep a close eye on Pope Francis, learning that he marked the 1-week point this Friday in his hospital stay, getting up and out of bed to eat breakfast on this Friday morning. We know he's 88 years old and he continues to fight pneumonia and a complex respiratory infection. According to a late-night bulletin on Thursday from the Vatican, they say they do report a slight improvement in his overall clinical condition, with his heart working well, but it will still take some time to understand if the various drug therapies are working, and outside doctors have said that regardless, recovery from pneumonia is such a fragile patient could take up to 2 weeks to recover. So important to provide that perspective. This Friday morning, out in Manila, Philippines, they held a prayer vigil to send well wishes to Pope Francis. I want to play some of those remarks for you now.
We begin the holy hour for the healing of Pope Francis.
Praise to you, God Almighty Father. You sent your Son to live among us and bring us salvation.
Blessed be God who heals us in Christ.
Praise to you, God, the only begotten Son. You humbled yourself to share in our humanity and you heal our infirmities.
Blessed be God who heals us in Christ.
Praise to you, God, the Holy Spirit, the Consoler. Your unfailing power gives us strength in our bodily weakness.
Blessed be God who heals us in Christ.
My brothers and sisters, in faith, let us appeal to God for our brothers and sisters who are sick and suffering, especially our dear Pope Francis. We ask the Lord to strengthen them, to free them from all harm, and to relieve their sufferings. We pray that all those dedicated to the care of the sick may be given the wisdom, strength, and compassion to serve. Prayer for Pope Francis. Loving and merciful God, we implore you to look kindly upon your servant Pope Francis. Touch him with your compassion and consolation. Restore his health and renew his strength in body and spirit. Surround him with your peace and the support of the prayers of your holy people. We place Pope Francis in your healing love. Through the doctors, nurses, and medical professionals who take care of him. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Amen. Please be seated.
So just wanted to play out some brief remarks there from Manila, Philippines. You're getting a look inside the Manila Cathedral as they held a prayer vigil this Friday morning for Pope Francis, sending him well wishes as today marks 1 week in his hospital stay. That watch box giving you a live look out in Vatican City as Pope Francis is in Gemelli Hospital. They have set up several perimeters to keep people from just walking inside. As you can imagine, people wanting to go in to wish the Pope the best. Here at 8:16 on the East Coast, we do want to transition to other top stories. Today marks day 2 of the first ever Halifax International Security Forum in Taipei, Taiwan. Let's head inside.
From Nigeria, I feel privileged to introduce one of my favorite leaders. The New York Times described her as one of the most influential ambassadors in Washington. And indeed, a past role in the U.S. won Taiwan friends and admirers across the aisle. However, today, she has an even more important job, which is to work with President Lai Ching there to defend Taiwan's democracy amidst the many threats it faces. Vice President Shao comes from a unique upbringing in terms of family, career, and politics. Born in Japan, she grew up in Tainan, and we heard all about how beautiful Tainan is in southern Taiwan, before moving to the US, where she graduated from Columbia University. She returned to Taiwan in 1996, prior to Taiwan's first ever democratic elections for president. She served in both foreign affairs and as an elected member of the legislature, having seen Taiwan's politics from both abroad and the grassroots. She navigated Taiwan's relationship with the United States during President Trump's first term, and later during the Biden administration, where she won praise from across the aisle for her professionalism, candor, and expertise. And in 2023, I understand with a bit of personal sacrifice, she returned to Taiwan as President Lai Ching-te's running mate, winning a historic third term for the DPP. Friends and allies, let me welcome Vice President Shao.
Thank you, JJ, for the introduction. And thank you, Peter, for bringing this event to Taiwan. Thanks to the sponsors and all the distinguished participants. And by the way, as on my way walking in with Peter, I originally had a Canadian maple leaf pin, but with his advice, I exchanged it for a bubble tea, an emblem of Taiwanese hospitality. But I'm pleased to welcome all of you here, and certainly honored to have the opportunity to say a few words in closing at the 2025 Halifax Taipei Forum. I see many friendly and familiar faces, and I want to thank you for your presence here, which demonstrates a shared interest in global security that is also grounded in our shared values. This event marks the first time that Halifax Forum has been held in Taiwan, and this not only represents the international community's recognition of Taiwan's efforts towards democracy, freedom, and peace in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, but it also bestows upon Taiwan an even greater responsibility in safeguarding these values. We're gathered here at a critical moment in the global geopolitical environment with some fundamental consistencies, but also dramatic and rapidly changing variables. The challenge for me to close this particular event, in addition to trying to avoid being too repetitive on what has already been said here, including by President Lai yesterday, is to frame a very in-depth discussions that you have had and incorporating the very complicated strands of global challenges we face today into a very short 5-minute address. That's the challenge. But although unfortunately I haven't been able to personally attend and join the full discussions here over the past couple days, I note that the topics and the agenda covers how democracy brings opportunity, resilience, justice, partnership, and security. The agenda of this event, in the context of today's geopolitical environment, seems to bring us to a convergence on the need to frame a shared effort, and for now, let me call that effort values-guided realism. Essentially, I want to highlight that values do matter. As leaders, practitioners, and policymakers in global security, we do believe in the inherent supremacy of democracy as a system of government that empowers humanity to strive for peace. But at the same time, we must be clear-eyed, calculating, and realistic when it comes to effectively optimizing the tools to counter totalitarianism and aggression. Every day, tragedies of war and conflict around the world remind us that we cannot be complacent and we cannot take peace for granted. There is much work to be done, and there is an urgency for action. This is exactly why President Lai has proposed the concept of 4 pillars of peace, which focuses on strengthening Taiwan's defense, building economic security, enhancing partnerships with democratic nations, and exercising steady and principled leadership in cross-strait relations. Putting these pillars into action, Taiwan has sought to steadily increase our defense budget and implement a series of defense reforms across the board. Among them are efforts such as enhanced professional, conscription, and reservist training, prioritizing asymmetric acquisitions in our platforms, and setting up a Defense Innovation Office to leverage our people's innovation, technological, and industrial output capabilities for national security. To be clear, we are facing increasingly sophisticated and intensifying hybrid threats toward our democracy from the CCP and PLA, in addition to daily incursions, which are dangerous in the aerial and naval domains into the Taiwan Strait, across the Taiwan Strait median line, and into our ADIZ that poses threats to our security. We are dealing with daily cyber attacks, cognitive warfare, and diplomatic bullying aimed at compromising our economic and political security and undermining public confidence in democracy. Hybrid threats warrant hybrid solutions, and we know that there is no better deterrent to aggression than our own society's heightened commitment to self-defense. As he stated yesterday, President Lai has taken an initiative to expand stakeholder contributions to our country's resilience by establishing and personally leading a committee called the Whole of Society Defense and Resilience Committee. This initiative aims to fortify our country's energy, cyber, financial, communications, and infrastructure resilience, and assess the requirements for medical and food stockpiles. While Taiwan is no stranger to natural disasters, such as earthquakes and typhoons, we understand the need to support enhanced training for civic defense and relief organizations. Furthermore, seeing economic resilience as an integral part of our national security, this administration has highlighted its promotion of trusted industries, or industries that thrive on trust and reliability for their success. Among them are semiconductors, AI, next generation communications, defense, and security industries. We stand ready to partner with like-minded societies in all of these areas, contributing to global technological advances and prosperity. In today's complicated global security environment, history's evolution brings us to the front lines of defending our values and these interests. In my own political, where I've seen and experienced lots of ups and downs, I don't think there's been a moment like this when I've felt such a profound impact from global events afar, with such dramatic fluctuations between crisis and opportunity in the world around us. In our language, we speak of crisis as associated with opportunities, or wei and ji. So it may sound cliche, but I've frequently spoken of adopting tactical lessons from my feline friends, or a survival necessity of nimbleness as we navigate the global strategic complexities and challenges. In other words, we need to be able to occasionally camouflage in shadows, but also jump several times our own height. We need to tread softly and cuddly, but with our claws sharpened and prepared for a good defense, and to further hunt and pounce on opportunities of prey. In relative terms, Taiwan may be a small country, and yet our people's diligence, innovation, and resilience have enabled us to punch above our weight as a force for good and progress in the world. We are all too familiar with asymmetry, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that as countries around the world are pursuing their respective courses for greatness, Taiwan also seeks to be strong at great. Taiwan's strength, let me emphasize, is not a diplomatic marketing ad. It is a realistic and indispensable requirement for sustaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. In other words, an investment in Taiwan's strength is an investment in peace. So since we are at the Halifax Forum, let me close by paraphrasing something I heard from a visiting Canadian senator yesterday, a Canadian, and apply it as a message that is also very much relevant for Taiwan. That is, one must not mistaken our people's humility and friendliness for weakness. In our concept of values-guided realism, we are committed to upholding democracy and freedom, and we are determined to partner with like-minded friends to maintain peace by building strength together. Thank you.
That was the final speech as day 2 wraps of the Halifax International Security Forum taking place in Taipei, Taiwan. The conclusion speech given by the 13th Vice President of Taiwan. On the right side of your screen, other top stories we're following this Friday. The very latest as it relates to the Israel-Hamas conflict, giving you a live look in Rafah, Gaza. And then that bottom box, a live look out in Vatican City as Pope Francis remains hospitalized this Friday. 8:30 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francina. At this hour, we're following some breaking news, which takes us out to the Big Apple. I want to give you a live look at the skyline in New York City, a beautiful skyline shot this Friday morning. We're getting the very latest from our content partners at Fox 5 New York. They put out this tweet moments ago saying Luigi Mangione, the man accused of fatally shooting former UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York City, is scheduled to be in court for the first time since his December arraignment on state murder and terror charges. We do know this is slated to happen at 2:15 Eastern, so make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. To provide further perspective, the man accused of fatally shooting the CEO of UnitedHealthcare New York City and leading authorities on a 5-day manhunt, as I mentioned, scheduled to be in court this Friday for the first time since his December arraignment on state murder and terror charges. AP reporting Luigi Mangione, age 26, set for a hearing in state court in Manhattan. Prosecutors and Mangione's defense lawyers are expected to provide updates on the status of the case, and Judge Gregory Caro could set deadlines for pretrial paperwork and possibly even a trial date. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to multiple counts of murder, including murder as an act of terrorism in the December 4th killing of Brian Thompson outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel. The executive was ambushed and shot on a sidewalk as he walked to an investor conference. Mangione also faces federal charges that could carry the possibility of the death penalty. He is being held in a Brooklyn federal jail alongside several other high-profile defendants. This does include Sean Diddy Combs and Sam Bankman-Fried. As we continue to follow this, again, if you're just now tuning in, breaking news that we are following on this Friday morning. Putting it up for you again, Luigi Mangione set for his first court appearance in the UnitedHealthcare CEO's death. As we go to a quick break, giving you a live look again in the Big Apple with Lady Liberty in the distance. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a live event underway on this Friday morning. You're taking a live look as it's day 2 of CPAC in D.C. 2025. We do know it's actually taking place in Maryland, but that is the official title right now. They are doing the pledge and the Star Spangled Banner. Let's listen in.
Good morning, CPAC. My name is Daniel Irby. I am a 13-year Army veteran. And I am here to represent everyone who has served our great country. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the line of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Pastor Joshua Navarrete with today's invocation.
How's everybody doing this morning? How many excited to be at day 2 at CPAC? Before I start praying, I just want to note, isn't it so good to be winning each and every day under the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump? Let us pray and thank God for all those victories this morning. Heavenly Father, we love you and we thank you. We give you all the praise, glory, and honor for what you've done and what you continue to do in our lives. We thank you for another day and another breath of life. Lord, we thank you for this conference and every patriot in this room. We ask that you continue to bless us and protect us and keep us as we strategize and celebrate every victory of America. We thank you for Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, who are at the helm of CPAC and who've answered the call for such a time as this. Lord, we thank you for President Donald J. Trump and our America today. We ask you that you continue to bless him and keep him and guide him and send your angels to protect him and his family. We ask that you continue to anoint every leader in America as they continue to lead our country in the right direction as we make America great again under your guidance and leadership, Father. We thank you for this day and we thank you for this conference. In your wonderful name, in Jesus' name we pray. Everybody says, amen.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really...
All right, I'm Jeanne Francine. So the CPAC DC 2025, it does continue on this Friday morning. As they do a quick advertisement, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines. Heading back out to Maryland as CPAC continues. Let's listen in.
Freedom Warriors! Last year at CPAC, when we were here, dangerous regimes, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea were on the march. They were infiltrating and subjugating free societies. The world was aflame, and peace seemed unattainable. At home, we had leftists, communists, globalists, wokers. We had deviants. Evil itself were taking over. But now, all of them, at home and abroad, are in retreat because we have had enough. We are taking over our societies. One school board, one town council, one country at a time. And our movement is global. It's here and it's around the world. Freedom is back because America is back. And America is back because President Trump is back. The flame of freedom burns bright in this room, in this country, and in the hearts of good people everywhere. And CPAC is leading the charge. In Japan, Jay Aiba started the first CPAC in 2017. He's held a CPAC every year since, and now conservatism is showing its green shoots in Japan. In Australia, CPAC Australia was instrumental in protecting freedom of expression, and it was protecting equal rights. In 2023, it defeated an amendment that would have treated different citizens different ways. And clearly, this was racial prejudice. This referendum that CPAC Japan defeated, it would have made sure that different races were treated unfairly. CPAC Korea is defending the most fragile democracy on the face of the earth. In South Korea, leftists are trying to seize the government by removing President Yoon Suk-yeol. And the only thing that is stopping this from happening is conservatives on the streets in the cold confronting leftist forces. And we are seeing in Mexico, their CPAC Japan is attacking leftism everywhere, which is embedded thoroughly in Mexican society. So far, CPAC has been to Japan, it's been to Korea, Hong Kong, Australia, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Hungary, and Israel. And we are going to other countries soon because CPAC in this country stands shoulder to shoulder with free people everywhere. Freedom Warriors, we are now in a fight. We're in a fight between democracy and tyranny, between freedom and oppression, and between good and evil. And Freedom Warriors, we stand our ground. We do not yield. We are civilization's last line of defense. And yes, we will prevail because the Almighty is on our side. May God protect and bless all of you. Thank you. Fight!
Japan Chairman Jay Aiba.
I'm here today to congratulate and thank you all. ここからは日本語でいきます。
I'm talking in Japanese from here.
まず今回の大統領選の勝利、心からお祝い申し上げます。本当におめでとうございました。
Once again, the congratulations on your victory in the presidential election. Thank you. Congratulations from bottom of my heart.
皆様方がこの4年間、悔しさと忍耐の中で戦い抜いて勝ち取った今回の勝利は、皆様方にとっての勝利であると同時に、私たち日本人の多くの仲間にとっても非常に大きな勝利でした。
Your victory you got after the 4 years of struggle, endurance, is not just your victory, but victory of ours as well in Japan.
今回その日本の仲間が何人かそこに来ています。
Some of those our friends who are delighted by the victory are also here, all the way from Japan. Where?
皆様方が今回成し遂げてくださったこの勝利は、アメリカ人の勝利ということだけでなく、今申し上げた日本人の勝利、そして世界の人々にとっても非常に大きな勇気と希望を与えてくれる勝利でした。
Your victory here in America is not just for American victory, but a victory for us in Japan and all the people around the world.
Thank you. なぜならば、我々国民の力でディープステートやグローバリズムといった巨大な権力に勝てるということを皆様方が身をもって証明してくれたからです。
You've proven for yourself the people's power you just displayed can defeat the enormous power of the darkness of deep states and globalists. Your power matters. That encouraged us hugely.
だからありがとうございます。だから私は心から御礼申し上げます。本当にありがとうございました。
Therefore, I'd like to thank you once again from bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
今回の勝利で本来のアメリカが帰ってきたように、次は日本も帰ってきます。
This time, America is back. The real America is back. And then it's turn of us, Japan. Japan will be back.
ご存知かどうか分かりませんけれども、日本もそれはひどい状況なんですね。ディープステート、グローバリズムに侵された大変に惨めな状況に実はあります。
Not sure if you are aware or not, but Japan also in the terrible, miserable situation being inundated by the globalists and the deep state. It's been so hard.
なぜなら数十年に及ぶ不況、そして世界一高い増税、さらには世界一の死亡者を出したにもかかわらず、政府がコロナのワクチンを押し込み続けている状況、さらにはオールドメディアにある偏向報道など、もう非常にまずい状況が日本でも続いています。
We've been suffering from the decades-long recession, the biggest tax increases, the imposition of deadly vaccines that caused the largest number of casualties, and all the media's biased report fake news. We've been in a very, very hard situation right now.
しかし我々日本は皆様方から学んだように、これから数年後にはトランプ革命並みの大きな 国民運動で日本を復活させます。
We've learned from you. You made it so that we can make it. In the next couple of years, we will launch a national movement that equivalent to the Trump Revolution in Japan.
自分たちの国を、そして世界を変えていくのは政治の力、政治家の力だけでなく国民の力、草の根の力なんだということを私たちは改めて皆様方から学びました。
You taught us that the power, the real power to fight against the evil, the globalists and the deep states is not just the politics or politicians. That is the people, you people's power and grassroots. Thank you for teaching us that.
この CPAC の動きをこれからも世界中に広げていき、そして皆様方と一緒になって世界の闇を打ち砕いていきたいと心から願っています。
I hope sincerely from my heart that we should and we can spread this CPAC movement across the world, and we get back the world full of freedom and peace together with you.
皆様方にますます神の恵みがありますように、そしてアメリカに神の恵みがありますように、世界中に神の恵みがありますように、心から願って私の挨拶とさせていただきます。ありがとうございました。
God bless you, America, and us all, and thank you very much. This is it for me, from me.
Founder and Director of CPAC Australia, Andrew Cooper, and Chairman CPAC Australia, Warren Mundine.
Hello, CPAC. Oh. So much for that. Oh.
Well, Warren, here we are on the big stage.
Yes.
Elon and JD, they were just there.
They were just there. They're the B team. We're the A team now.
Now, Warren, you're a former president of the left Labor Party in Australia.
Right.
One of the things I find exciting here is seeing, former leftist Democrat supporters like Elon and RFK and Tulsi, even Zuck. Can you believe it? Zuck is even flirting with free speech. It's amazing. Tell us about your journey from left to right.
Well, as I said, I was president, national president of the Australian Labor Party for a few years. And then, but I've always had this basic belief in capitalism and freedom, liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and that. And I saw the Labor Party moving very quickly to the far left. They were left, but they've gone so far left it's not funny. They're almost spinning around in a circle. And then I said, I can't stay in this party, so I left. And then I left, and then I was asked by a Prime Minister, a Liberal Party Prime Minister, to come and work for them. And I did. That was the John Howard years. And then I went on to Tony Abbott and that, and I found my ground. It was fresh air for me, the idea of freedoms and liberties that we've got to fight for. And it reminded me of the conversations I read about with Margaret Thatcher, where you've got to, liberty and freedoms and that you've got to fight, you have a battle for. And every morning you've got to get up and fight the same battle again. And so that's what I committed myself for. And this is when I met this great man, the founder of CPAC Australia, and he convinced me to join, and let's take up that battle.
And I must say, that's one of the smartest decisions I've ever made, was to invite Warren to become chairman of CPAC Australia, because we've got an election coming up in a couple of months in Australia, and there's a resurgence of confidence within the Australian Conservatives, and a lot of that confidence can largely be traced back to you, Warren, when you led the fight against a horrible proposed amendment to the Australian Constitution. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. The Constitution that they're going to change was put one race above every other race, one single group that was going to have more power than the rest of Australians. And yet Australia is like America. We're a country of, yes, Indigenous people, like the Native Americans and that, well, our Aboriginal people, but also we're a large country of immigrants, people who are coming to Australia looking for a better life, looking for the freedoms and that we offer. And yet here we were, these woke people were going to change our constitution, give more power to one group than any other group. So I stood up, and of course I was with the great Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price. Good on her. So we got up and we fought this battle, and what we knew was that Australian people had been so beat up, had been so crushed by the wokes and the cancel culture that they were scared about voting. In fact, when we kicked off, it was something like 80% were going to vote for this change in the Constitution against 20% no. But within 4 to 5 months, we flipped it. We gave the Australian people a voice, that they could stand up against this cancel culture, that they could stand up for equality, and that everyone is equal before God. We are all God's children. And we won. We end up winning 60-40, and we destroyed that attack on our constitutional freedom.
And that was really the beginning of the resurgence, as I said, in confidence for the Conservative parties in Australia. And that, of course, has just been compounded so much more with the election of Donald J. Trump. That's been fantastic, hasn't it?
It has been brilliant to see Donald Trump come back and help us in this resurgence, in fact, leading it and making the world feel more confident about standing up for their rights and freedoms. And having him there has just, we're so proud to be at CPAC here. We're so proud, to see JD Vance and the people who have been working so hard with Donald Trump to make the world free again. The other thing too, we are coming up with an election.
We have the election.
We're having an election coming up in a couple of months. Mm-hmm. And for the first time in nearly 100 years, it looks like a government will not have a second term, that we are going to slay the Socialist Labor government and bring the Conservatives back into power.
And you know what, Warren? They're going to win, or we hope that they'll win, not because they're pandering to the other side. They've found their voice, haven't they? Peter Dutton, the leader, has found his voice. He's standing up for the values and principles of which we hold dear. And wouldn't you believe it? People are responding. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that people love the idea of having freedom? They're having the idea that people are treated equal. Wouldn't you find it really weird that they love the capitalist system where you can run your own businesses and employ people and do things? He's standing up and fighting against the left. He's making it to be proud to be Australians. In fact, he's put up that we all should stand under the Australian flag, like you all stand under the American flag and be proud of it and be proud of your country. And it's just amazing how people are responding to this. And as I said, it looks like for the first time in 100 years, the possibility of a government being tossed out in its first term. And that is going to be an incredible time for us.
Now, we have a CPAC in Australia. Who wants to come down under to Australia? All right, we need a bigger room, Warren.
Well, we need a bigger room. We're going to get a big, big, big room.
So CPAC in Australia is in September 18 to 20. We'd love to see you down under. We're a pretty friendly bunch. We'll have the koalas waiting for you at the airport.
Be careful of the koalas. They're cute and cuddly, but they may pee on you. So what's that?
Well, we thank you for making us feel so welcome here. There's one commitment we will make to you. Your president has committed to you, and you have enabled your president to have the opportunity to make America great again. I heard Nigel Farage say yesterday that he is going to make Britain great again. We will commit to you that we will do everything possible to make Australia great again.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. We're following CPAC in DC 2025. It's actually in Maryland, but that's the official title. I'm Jeanne Francine. As the next speakers come out on stage, we'll go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. The next speaker walking to the stage now. Let's listen in.
Good morning, CPAC. It was my honor to serve in President Donald J. Trump's first term as his ambassador at large for global criminal justice. And I want to hearken back to a little bit of history here. In 1950, the Joseph Stalin installed government of North Korea invaded South Korea to seek to overrun it. And in that conflict, a US-led coalition of 20-some countries repelled the communist aggression at the price of 50,000 American casualties. I honor the blood that was spilled by American soldiers to keep the whole peninsula from being one big North Korea, which is the most oppressive, darkest, most unjust place on planet Earth. And believe me, I know of many such places around the world, and it is #1 in that regard. Now, South Korea stands on the edge of a cliff. The democracy in South Korea is in a danger that it has not been in for decades. President Yoon, who loves America, who was strongly and staunchly allied with the United States of America has been impeached and is in danger of being prematurely removed from office. Why? Because he had the courage to stick out his neck and say that there are things that are amiss in South Korea because there have been many indications of election fraud. We know something about that, I think, here in the United States. And there is a parallel situation going on. President Yoon, indeed, has been called the Donald Trump of Asia. And he declared martial law in order to try to seize evidence in regards to the election cheating that he believes has run rampant and has given the Liberal Democratic Party in South Korea an overwhelming supermajority in South Korea that they have used in legislative tyranny to overrun the country, to give a haven to North Korean spies, to welcome the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. And they are rushing through a conviction process potentially before the Constitutional Court that if 6 justices on that court vote to remove him from office, he will be prematurely removed from office even though he was the duly elected president of Korea by the people of South Korea. They are rushing this through because his chief political rival who wants to supplant him as president, Lee Jae-myung, who has allegedly sent millions of dollars over to North Korea against US sanctions and against the UN Security Council sanctions, who has aligned himself with North Korea and with the Chinese Communist Party, is himself accused of various crimes that if he is convicted, he would be disqualified from being a candidate for president of South Korea. So there is a legal and political race going on to try to convict and remove President Yoon before Lee Jae-myung is disqualified for running for president of Korea in the emergency election that will ensue if Yoon is removed. This is an issue for which freedom-loving, democracy-loving Americans should not be neutral. This is a situation where our government and our people should stand with our allies in South Korea and with President Yoon and stand up and be counted and let the world know that the robbing of democracy and the destruction of democracy, that we spilled blood to the tune of 50,000 casualties in the Korean War, will not be in vain, but that the democracy in South Korea could flourish and the people's elected president, President Yoon, who loves America, who is closely aligned with America, would be able to be vindicated in the Constitutional Court and restored to his rightful office. Thank you.
She swore they were a waste of time.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, CPAC 2025, it continues there at Maryland. It's called CPAC DC, though, so to provide that distinction for you. We've had speakers take the stage all morning. As they work to bring the next one out, let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Friday morning. We do see that we have a fresh feed coming in as a new speaker is taking the stage at CPAC 2025. Let's listen in.
Buenos días. Good morning. Good energy right here. So, dear friends, brothers and sisters in the fight for life, family, and freedom, it is an honor to stand before you today, not just as a Mexican, not just as a conservative, but as a fellow soldier in this great battle for our civilization. Today, we gather not just as citizens of our respective nations, but as one great family of patriots who understand a fundamental truth. If evil never rests, then neither can we. The good news is that common sense has won once again in the United States. President Trump has won for a third time. Yes. President Trump is back. And after these 4 years, he should run again. 4 more years. 4 more years. There you go. I agree with you. We are living in a defining moment in history. This is not just another political cycle, not just another ideological struggle. What is at stake is the future of our nations, the future of our children, and the survival of Western civilization itself. A civilization built on truth, justice, and liberty. Yet today, those values are under attack like never before across many countries in our region. The enemies of freedom are advancing in Latin America. Communism, Marxism, woke ideology, narco states, and globalist elites who seek to enslave our people. So I ask you, are we going to let them take over the rest of the world? Of course not. Are we going to sit back and watch as our nations fall to corruption, tyranny, and moral decay? Of course no. We are going to fight, and that's why I'm going to join the Elon Musk and President Trump's movement. My heart goes out to all of you. Fight, fight, fight. And that's why the work that CPAC is doing around the world is crucial. Because only when we fight together can we win. Thank you, Matt and Mercedes, for your leadership. And thank you for your invitation. And I'm happy to announce that CPAC Mexico will be taking place in Mexico City in September. Please follow our social media, CPAC Mexico on Instagram and X. Very soon, we will be sharing all the details of the event. I would love to see all of you there. I promise you, you will have the best time of your life. Great food, great margaritas with moderation. With moderation, it's okay. Freedom fighters, are you ready to keep fighting? Here is a call to action on 3 principles. Our fight will be grounded in 3 fundamental human rights: life, family, and freedom. The battle for life. The first battle we must fight is the battle to protect the culture of life. Because if we do not defend life, especially the lives of the most vulnerable, if we do not stand up for the most innocent, the most defenseless, then sooner or later we will destroy each other. We will kill each other. As Mother Teresa said, the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murdered by the mother herself. Today, in many parts of the world, being pro-life is seen as an act of rebellion. They call us radicals for saying something as basic as every human being has the right to be born. Can you believe that? But I ask you, who are the radicals? Who are the real radicals? Radicals are those who advocate for the killing of babies in the womb, even at 9 months of pregnancy, and in some cases, even after birth. Who are the radicals? Well, that is not just radical, that is evil. They tell us abortion is a right, when in reality, it is the greatest genocide of our time. They tell us euthanasia is an act of compassion, when in truth, real compassion is protecting every human life, because every human life matters. But we will not remain silent, because evil triumphs and good people remain silent. And when good people remain silent, they're not good people anymore, because they are part of the problem. We will continue to expose this culture of death and promote a culture of life, because a nation that kills its own children has no future. The second front of our fight is the defense of the family. The family is the foundation of society. It's the first government, the first church, and the first school. And that is why the enemies of freedom want to destroy it. They seek to impose ideologies that confuse our children, strip away their innocence, and attack marriage and motherhood. Because a country without strong families is a weak country, very easily manipulated and controlled. We will defend God's design for the family and protect the innocence of our children. Finally, we will defend freedom. We live in an era where those who speak the truth are persecuted, where censorship and political oppression have become the tools of tyrants. We have seen how they try to silence pro-life leaders, silence priests who preach God's word, silence ordinary citizens who simply want to live in peace. Freedom is a gift from God, and no government has the right to take it away from us. We will also follow the principles of freedom to grow our economies, lift our brothers and sisters out of poverty, and build a strong middle class. In Latin America, we have seen how socialism makes the majority of the population very poor. These people love poverty that they multiply it. They love so much poverty that they end up multiplying it. Socialism is a cancer. It destroys everything that it touches. Right now in Mexico, we have a socialist government. Mexico is becoming like Venezuela, Cuba, or Nicaragua. If we don't react soon, tomorrow is going to be too late. And for all these reasons, I'm here. I joined the fight for freedom many years ago when I was working in Hollywood as an actor. I made a promise to God that I will never use my talents again to do anything that will offend my faith, my family, or my Latino culture. And after I made that promise, I ended up not working for 4 years. Be careful what you promise. So I opened a production company and I became a film producer. We started with Bella, Little Boy, Sound of Freedom, Cabrini, and in December, the new one, The Massacre of the Holy Innocents. I'm not a politician. I'm an actor, a filmmaker, and a human rights activist. But I learned that in politics, there is no empty seats. There's always someone occupying those spaces, making decisions that will change the destiny of our nation. If not forever, then at least for a long time. And those decisions will affect our families for good or for bad. So after our movie Sound of Freedom was released, my eyes were open on many fronts. And I made a promise to God that I would not rest until we eradicate human trafficking, child trafficking, end abortion, and protect our Christian values. But I knew I had to start in my country. That's why in 2023, I wanted to run for president of Mexico as an independent candidate. But the system wasn't built for outsiders. The same corrupt politicians blocked me from competing in the 2024 elections. They were afraid of outsiders. In Mexico right now, there is no real opposition. There is opposition. The majority of the Mexican people do not have political representation. And the majority of Mexicans are tired of corruption, tired of lies, tired of politicians who serve the cartels instead of the people. And that's why it is so important to continue the fight for freedom. We will never stop. We will never give up. We will give our lives for this mission. It's not about us. It's about using our talents to make this world a better place. It is about glorifying God in everything that we do. It's about fighting for something bigger than yourself, bigger than ourselves. Remember this one. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. Man gives the battle, but only God gives the victory. But I have hope. I have faith, and I know that very soon everything will change in Mexico. Very soon we will receive official approval from Mexico's Electoral Institute to begin building a new conservative political party. I am proud to announce that very soon Movimiento Nacional Viva Mexico will officially be underway. And Viva Mexico is not going to be just another political party. This will be the largest movement to free Mexico from socialism, communism, the radical left, woke ideology, and the corrupt globalist. Because Mexico is ready. Enough is enough. We don't want the same anymore. It's time to change. For too long, our country has been ruled by criminals in government working hand in hand with the cartels. Even President Trump recently recognized that Mexico has become a narco state. But I have a message for the corrupt leaders of Mexico. Your time is up. I know this fight will not be easy. The establishment will come after us, threaten us, but they won't stop us. Because we know this is not just a political or cultural battle. It is essentially a spiritual battle, and we are ready to fight. We are not alone. God plus one is an army, and we are more than one. We are more than one. We are the majority. If God is with us, who can be against us? Nobody. Because I believe that with courage, determination, and God's help, we will rescue our nation. We will defeat corruption. We will defend our families, our faith, and our freedom. So let me say this loud and clear. God willing, with the Viva Mexico movement, we will make Mexico free again. We will make Mexico safer again. We will make Mexico healthy again. We will make Mexico pro-life again. We will be working really hard so we can make Mexico godly again. And we will make Mexico great again. And we will do this together, because together we're stronger. We are not just neighbors, we are brothers and sisters. What happens? What happens when the good people of Mexico work with the good people of the United States? What is the result? Sound of freedom. A movement that is designed to end child trafficking in the world. Good things happen. Now, what happens when the bad people of the United States work with the bad people of Mexico? When they work together, what is the result? Fentanyl, drugs, human trafficking, child trafficking, illegal guns, terrorism. The USA is the #1 consumer of child sex in the world, the #1 consumer of drugs, the #1 consumer of child pornography, and Mexico, the #1 provider of all three. So I want to stop here for a second. We have done a lot of harm to each other. And we can't move forward without first forgiving each other. I believe in the power of forgiveness. So I want to start this movement of forgiveness here in Washington, D.C., and I pray that God will heal the wounds. So on behalf of Mexico, I want to apologize for all the harm Mexico has done to the United States. And the United States needs to apologize to Mexico for all the harm they have done to Mexico. And after this breach of forgiveness, then we need to make sure that the good people of both nations work together and through bilateral efforts eradicate as much as we can all of the bad things that we have done to each other and focus on all the good things that we have done to each other. Capitalize on all the positive. Then we will be unstoppable. Together as brothers and sisters. When the United States and Mexico stand together, our nations are safer. Our border is safer. Together, we will make Mexico and the United States great again, and we will make the Americas great again. God bless Mexico, God bless America, God bless the world. ¡Viva Estados Unidos! ¡Viva México! ¡Y que viva la Virgen de Guadalupe! Thank you very much. God bless you.
And we were just listening into some comments there at CPAC, which is happening in National Harbor, Maryland, bordering Washington, D.C., but it is called CPAC D.C. Again, this is the second day of this. We heard from Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday. We also got the announcement yesterday that President Trump will be speaking at CPAC tomorrow. That time still unclear as of right now. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next several hours or so. As we await another speaker at CPAC, we are going to go away for another break. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head back to CPAC happening in National Harbor, Maryland, right next to Washington, D.C. As we've been airing a bunch of speakers here this morning and also yesterday, this is also going to go into tomorrow as well. So let's head back over as it does appear there is another discussion starting.
Black men and boys, Jack Brewer, and your moderator, Senior Vice President of Communications, Alliance Defending Freedom, Billy Atwell.
Well, I want to start by thanking Matt and Mercy Schlapp for making this panel possible, and I'm so grateful for you two for giving up your time. Again, my name is Billy Atwell. I'm the Senior Vice President of Communications at Alliance Defending Freedom. ADF exists to advance every person's God-given right to live and speak the truth, and we contend for truth in law, policy, and the public square. For those unfamiliar with our work, our attorneys are attributed with 15 Supreme Court victories, and we have an international team that's doing work throughout the world. They just came back from ARC. Thank you. And we've actually got 2 Supreme Court cases going on right now that I think you would be very interested in. The first one is Medina versus Planned Parenthood. It's about protecting a state's right to decide if taxpayers should go to organizations like Planned Parenthood. And I feel like I have a pretty warm crowd for that, that idea. And the other is about education, which relates to this topic here. It's Oklahoma Statewide Charter School Board versus Drummond. It's about defending the decision to defund a religious charter school and fight for equal treatment of religious organizations in education. There are few issues that are going to impact our children and our grandchildren more than reforms to the education system, and that's why we're here. First, Erica Donalds is an education entrepreneur and is the founder and chairman of Optima Ed and the chair of America First Policy Institute Centers for Education and Opportunity. A former elected school board member, she is known as a national expert on education policy and school choice and is a frequent commenter and speaker on this issue. She spent 20 years in the financial services industry, finishing her career as the CFO and managing partner of a multi-billion-dollar investment management firm. Erica and her husband, Congressman Byron Donalds, lives in Florida. You're familiar? Very good. She lives in Naples, Florida with their 3 sons. Jack Brewer serves as the chair of the Center for Opportunity Now and chairman of the Jack Brewer Foundation. Recently, Jack was co-chair of Black Voices for Trump Victory Fund. He is a White House appointee on the Congressional Commission for the Social Status of Black Men and Boys and is currently the lead independent director for the GEO Group. He was the team captain for the NFL's Minnesota Vikings, the Philadelphia Eagles, who you may have heard of recently, and what I find to be the pinnacle of his career at the New York Giants. So I'm born in Brooklyn, I can't help myself. All right. Let's lay a foundation, if you don't mind, for this topic. Erica, talk about what you see as the current state of particularly the public education system.
Well, the public education system in America has literally failed the American people. It hasn't lived up to the promise where we parents were told if you send your child to this school for 8 hours a day, we're going to teach them to read and do math and achieve their own American dream. That was a lie. We just found out a few weeks ago that only 1/3 of our students are doing reading and math on grade level, according to the National Report Card, the NAEP. And we are spending billions and billions of dollars not to teach our kids how to succeed and how to carry forward this republic that we all so value, but we're teaching them about victimhood and oppressors and the wrong history of the United States and the world, and to hate themselves and to hate our country. And so we are taking the education system back, though. We're here in the golden age of America, right, at the cusp of that. President Trump has promised to not only dismantle the Department of Education, but enact school choice and support universal school choice in our states where education belongs. So there's reason for hope, even though the education system has been failing for the past 100 years.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you think about, in the state where I live, Virginia, Glenn Youngkin essentially won the governor's seat on the issue of education and speaking to parents. Like, that was a key differentiator for him. Jack, President Trump, it feels like he's been president for like 1.5 years this term because so much has happened in a few weeks. Right. But it's not been that long, and yet a lot has happened. What has he done so far that's really encouraged you on the topic of education?
First off, I want to look at the American people, whoever's watching, and speak to your kids for a second. and just tell your child, if no one's ever told you this, Jesus Christ loves you.
Amen.
You are not a victim. You have victory in Christ, and He is the ruler over your life. President Trump has done so much, but I think the most important thing that he's done in front of the American people is he has stood for biblical truth.
Yeah.
When he sat in front of the nation and said, God created man and woman, and that's it.
That's right.
And so when you talk about the education system, our founding fathers did not create an education system that is going to indoctrinate boys and girls to make them believe that they can be transgender and any gender they wanted to choose. Our education system was established with the basic belief in the Word of God. And so anything else throws us off. And I think President Trump has taken a stand. I think you've seen more and more companies coming back and back him. More and more employers in America have backed him because we're getting rid of these DEI policies and all these things that have drifted into our education system to start to pick winners and losers and actually separate us and put us back decades in regards to social and biblical justice. And so I just think that we should all understand the spiritual time in which we're living right now in America, particularly with our children.
Yep.
And let's get the 10 Commandments back in our schools. You're seeing it happen in Louisiana. You're seeing it happen in so many other states around our country. We all must take a stand, no matter what your religion is, to get this word back into the hearts and minds of our children that may not have access to it.
Yep.
Amen. Erica, it's hard to know what to do sometimes, though, because parents, I think the instinct when they see these things happening in the public schools is to say, I'm going to put my kids in private school, I'm going to homeschool. And those are good options, and for some people that's the right decision. But you also don't want to forfeit the public arena to the other side. And then again, it's our children who are vulnerable and impressionable. How would you, you've got children, you're in the later teen phases with your children. How would you advise a parent with little kids like me? My kids are younger, they're like 11 to 2. We got a spread of 4. And we're struggling with it. Like we're asking ourselves a question right now, what's the best educational model? How would you advise a parent, given the system we have now, how would you advise them to go about making those decisions?
Well, that very dilemma is what got me involved in education. As you mentioned, I wasn't an educator, I was a CPA. But I have 3 children, and for one of my children, the A school that I was sending him to did not work well for him. He was miserable, therefore I was miserable as a parent. And I was fortunate enough to find a classical Christian private school to send him to, and his entire life changed in the 1st grade. He started to love learning and thrive in that environment. And I thought, well, how many other Darrens are out there? And can I help by serving on my local school board to give them options? But that's when my eyes were opened to the education monopoly and the corruption that is happening in our school districts. What I would say is, the left wants to say that our obligation is to the collective. But as parents, our #1 obligation is to our family and to our own children, raising them in the things of God. And that is your contribution to the community, raising your children well and making sure that they are prepared to be good citizens in this republic. And so you need to take care of your own children first. I personally would not send my children into a public school in this day and age. I don't care if it's an A or not. I don't trust them. And so I would do whatever I possibly could to find the right educational environment for my children. You take care, put your own mask on first, help your children, and then do things for your community. Run for school board. It's not a bad thing to do, but a lot of the families that I know that are running for school board that are involved in education reform, they took care of their children first, but they're there, as I was, to help take care of their community and other children that don't have that same opportunity.
Right, because the public education system is everybody's. Even if your kids are homeschooled or you go to a private school, that's your school too. We're paying for that. And we deserve to have an influence there. We're seeing a huge shift in the country with regard to DEI. It's been unpopular for a long time, but we're seeing major institutions and politicians starting to come on board and get with it. Alliance Defending Freedom, we've got a corporate engagement division that's been working, and part of the product of that work was what we're seeing with Walmart. Shareholders are speaking out, and they're saying, we're tired of this. We don't want it. And Walmart's making good decisions. There are also corporations that are not making the right decisions, but they're feeling the pressure. Jack, talk about, because you've worked a lot with young black men and boys. You've dealt with the issue of fatherlessness, which we can get into in a minute too. But talk about the impact of DEI and that general mentality on the education system.
First off, the devil is a lie and DEI is a lie.
That's right.
All right? So I want to start off by saying that I'm a black man, and I happen to be the lead independent director of a multi-billion-dollar public company. And so America does have opportunity for people just like me. And I'll take that further. When you look at what DEI really does, so I do a lot of community work. I got my master's in education, adjunct professor. I've taught from, you're talking about the poorest of the poor on to multimillionaires. But the one thing that remains consistent is that whenever you tell someone that they're a victim, or you tell someone they don't have the ability to learn, then they won't.
Right.
So I have a little girl in one of my programs. She literally went to class. She got an F on a math exam. And the teacher told her that it's okay because she's a little black girl and that she doesn't have the ability to do this math. Telling the girl that math is racist. So for me, that burns me up inside. And so you start to think about what these little children are being taught in some of these public schools that Erica just mentioned, and it's just heart-wrenching. I'll tell you another story. When you talk about people, and Erica said this, it's not just about us, it's about our community, man. When you look at our juveniles, we gotta realize juvenile crime in the United States of America went up 21% last year. These are the little kids, the little boys. I have men in my prison program who have been locked up since the age of 14 with grown men. We have to do something for the poorest of the poor. It starts in our education system. We cannot leave these men and these children fatherless. Yep. Our nation is the most fatherless nation on the planet. We have over 18 million kids that don't have an active father in their home. I went to a juvenile courtroom. There were 25 young men and boys, most of them black, at court to be sentenced by a judge. I looked around, there was only one father in the entire courtroom. Can you imagine if your child was being sentenced? This is the epidemic that we're facing in our nation right now. Our education system will never work if we don't put the man back in the home.
It's a basic Christian concept. Children deserve a mother and a father.
Amen.
Every child deserves a mother and a father.
And we are just listening into that discussion on education. One of the people on that panel is Erica Donalds. She is the wife of Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. And that conversation will continue once we just get in this final break here of the hour. Stay with us. And welcome back. I do want to take you right back out to the Washington, D.C. region where right now we were listening into CPAC as there is a discussion going on education.
Like Erica to go in and push for school choice. Let's take our country back.
Yes.
But we can only do that through God.
There is no replacement for a Christian witness. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we've got. If you want to learn more, ericadonalds.com, the jackbrewerfoundation.org, and adflegal.org. We'll be around. You'll see us throughout the conference. Please stop us and say hello. Take care. God bless.
And we were just listening into this discussion on education at CPAC, and you were hearing a little bit earlier this morning. This did start just about an hour or so ago from a variety of speakers, and we have a lot on the docket today, as it was announced yesterday that President Trump will be speaking Saturday, but a little bit later today, also expecting to hear from National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Looks like another panel is starting, so let's listen in.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got real big names waiting back. Hey, good to see you. We got super big names back there waiting to come out, so we're going to get right to it. How about these guys, right? I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that I just wrote a book about the media. It's called Shameless Liars. Can we get a close-up on that artwork there?
It's got an incredible foreword by a real thought leader.
Forward by Kurt Schlichter. But the subtitle is How Trump Defeated the Legacy Media and Made Them Irrelevant. And that's sort of where I want to take this, because for years, ever since the great Rush Limbaugh and Brent Bozell at Media Research Center for the last 37 years, the late, great Andrew Breitbart, who brought Kurt and I into this world, we spent so much time fighting the media and exposing their lies and exposing the propaganda, and it all reached a head this year with Donald Trump leading the charge, and he won. I mean, they are meaningless now, and so I want to start with that. And Joy Reid kind of is the namesake for this panel, because Alex, she's been reduced to being obsessed over big balls.
Correct.
And I need you to sort of explain this to us.
Yes, so like the media...
Explain Joy Reid's obsession with big balls.
Obsession with big balls. So she's going on media right now, and she's demanding that Congress subpoena a guy named Big Balls and Elon Musk with a straight face on. So we've reduced them to a point where they're just looking at social media for people like me who post on X, and they're getting their talking points from online. And no longer do they have a mind of their own. There's like a whole supercut. I think it was like Media Busters who did it. And there's just like all of these people on CNN, MSNBC, and they're just repeating big balls, big balls, big balls over and over with a straight face. So it's like you look at...
Well, they've got to get to the bottom of big balls.
So... Yes, and they brought on Kara Swisher, the noted expert on the topic for that. But yeah, that's all over an intern at Doge, who was hired by Elon Musk. And of course, we have tens of thousands of people in our government who have access to all of your personal information, including your social security number. But when Elon Musk has a small team of genius interns that are probably like smarter than everybody else on that whole panel or on their entire network, it becomes the biggest deal that they all have access to your personal information. So they just set the standard to like dox all of these government workers for some reason, because tens of thousands of people that are not elected, by the way, have the access to your personal information every single day and have.
And they've been reduced to a punchline, these media personalities. That's why we're laughing at Joy Reid, because that's what we should do. We should mock them and make fun of them. And of course, all this talk about Joy Reid and big balls brings us to Don Lemon, Kurt.
Another gem.
He's my special friend.
I'm gonna connect the dots, I promise you. Because, Kurt, it was during the presidential election.
December 22nd, 2015, I get this call. Can you come on CNN real quick? Just a video hit. I get on. And Don Lemon's outraged because, oh, it's the worst thing ever happened. Donald Trump said Hillary got schlonged in the 20... His opponent shilled for her husband, who treated his intern like a human humidor.
Fact check true.
And he said, you can't say that. So I said it again. And he kicked me off. And what we're saying here is the media used to be something that hit us. Now we use it for a punching bag. Everybody knows the JD meme.
Right.
Okay? I don't really care, Margaret. They go on her show to humiliate her, and she's too stupid to know it.
They don't know they're the joke at this point.
How excited is National Security Advisor Mike Waltz right now, knowing that he's coming out after this panel?
Well, he's an Army colonel, too, so...
But you were banned from CNN?
Yes. For 10 years, I have not been on CNN, and it's changed my life for the better.
Well... And honestly, who's got a better career trajectory right now, Kurt Schlichter or Don Lemon? Because he has also been banned from CNN.
Well, look, I'm on it more than he is. Look, I literally have more followers on the Twitter machine than they have viewers. Think about that.
Exactly. 100%.
So, Alex, your work that you do right now, you've got a meme for everything. And the fact that these guys can be reduced to a meme, that Margaret Brennan, the host of Face the Nation, a very important show in a very important town with a very important teleprompter reader as its host, she is now a meme. She can't do anything. Yep. From how J.D. Vance has handled her with these interviews to now reducing her to saying that too much free speech will lead to a genocide.
Yes.
This really is the best way to attack them now, is to just reduce them to a punchline.
Yeah, 100%. The thing is, it's like I said earlier, they don't have a mind of their own anymore. They are reduced to like scrolling social media and looking for the most viral moment that's going on social media, and it becomes now what they're talking about. Like, to give you an example, one of my local city council had, they just declared, my city that I'm from, Worcester, Massachusetts, just declared themselves a trans sanctuary city. So I got a tip that it was getting a little wild at the city council meeting, and I watched the 4-hour video of them all, like, you've probably seen it, the girl with the wig and everything, the blue hair.
Oh yeah, that was
so I went, that was my city. I went through and clipped it. For the next 3 days, it was all over, like, every corporate media, like, talking about it. So it's like they're looking at everything that they find online, and then they're making it their news cycle. So they don't have a mind of their own anymore.
And, you know, we talk about the gatekeepers a lot. The gatekeepers are the people who used to say what kind of news, New York Times, right? All the news that's fit to print. Who's deciding what's fit to print, right? There's some people in a tower in Manhattan who's, that's not news that's fit to print, but this is news that's fit to print. And they would decide what was worthy for your eyes, what was news that you could consume. It's been reversed now.
Correct.
In fact, we are the ones, as Elon Musk says, we are the media. We are driving what's important, and that's what this new revolution is about.
Well, and there's
right?
And it all goes back to Andrew Breitbart. And one of the underappreciated aspects is how much fun we're having, right?
That's right. Exactly.
I mean, we've got to dance. They're eating the dogs. There we go. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. We are having fun. We're laughing. And Kamala Harris says, my message is joy.
As she's screaming. As Biden's screaming, as she's screaming.
You will be happy.
By the way, you mentioned Andrew Breitbart again, and I just want to say, I want to read this. This is the very end of my book, but it's a quote from Andrew Breitbart. You all remember Andrew, right? God bless him.
Yeah, ALX was 5 when...
Exactly. Elon Musk is now saying we are the media, and he's right. We are the media, using social media platforms, using X, which is now a free platform. On Tax Day 2010, during the rise of the Tea Party movement, Andrew Breitbart was asked to speak in Washington, D.C. at a Tea Party rally. And you should look at this video. It's out there. He asked everybody in the crowd there at the Tea Party rally to hold up their phones. And he said this: "It's time for a new media revolution, and you are it. You are the media. Hold up your phones. Hold up your cameras. This is the future of media. This is how we're going to fight the lies, the misinformation, and the propaganda of the mainstream media. We are now the media."
Yeah.
Andrew Breitbart 15 years ago said that. And Alex, you have inherited this legacy now, and you are the media.
It's really interesting too, because a little bit about my story too. In 2020, I was really gaining traction, and I was about to hit 100,000 followers on Twitter 1.0 at the time, and then I was just banned for like 3 years nearly, until Elon Musk brought me back, and I'm now almost at 1 million followers on X. But yeah,
hold that thought. He had 100,000 followers, and they banned him because he was so. Look at how dangerous he is. Elon Musk buys it, opens it up for free thought and free speech, and now you've got 1 million followers.
Yep, nearly. I'm 30,000 from 1 million, so if you want to get me there before I leave the stage, go for it, at ALX. But yeah, so to your point, it's just like, you are the media because you have a phone and you have the platform on social media. And one of the things that's ironic about this whole, moral panic around misinformation, disinformation, all these people can go on their shows, like, for 4 years they talked about the Russia propaganda hoax and Russian collusion hoax. So they were allowed to say that unchecked. They got to have their own guests on there, and that, like Adam Schiff saying he has inside knowledge about all this crap. On social media, no, it's a blood sport. You say something wrong, you're going to get ratioed or community noted.
That's right.
So you're the media, and you're also the checker. Like, you're the fact checker. There's not like independent fact checkers like Meta used to have. You are the fact checker, and what actually...
Well, because the independent fact checkers weren't independent.
Exactly.
And
yes,
they weren't based in fact.
Correct.
And this is an important point that I want you to pick up on, Kurt, because this whole idea of needing fact checkers and needing to moderate what you say, and it's all coming from this arrogant presumption that you're too stupid to understand what's true and what isn't. You're too stupid to discern from a hoax and what's real.
I'm not sure that they think we're stupid. I know they say they're stupid because it justifies their existence.
Yeah, that's
okay,
true.
They want to be the gatekeeper. They want to be making the decision. And you don't need a gatekeeper if you are an individual, if you are an independent American citizen with your camera and computer who goes out and makes his or her own news. We don't need them. It terrifies them.
Yeah.
That is why Never Trump exists.
Yeah.
Because we didn't need them.
That
and they got mad.
That said, the platform and the technology and the freedom is there, and it's opening up more. Mark Zuckerberg suddenly is red-pilled, right? And that's amazing. But it all starts with this fist thrust in the air. It all starts with him yelling, "Fight, fight, fight," right? Because he has shown us how to fight. Suddenly you see Republicans on Capitol Hill are channeling Trump because he's contagious. And I think I'll give you a perfect example. George Stephanopoulos last year lied about Donald Trump. He said that he was convicted by a jury of raping somebody, and he said it 7 times in a 6-minute span. What did Donald Trump do? Did he do a Mitt Romney thing? Did he do a George Bush thing? Did he do what Republicans have done for our lifetimes, which is just be the better man and say, oh, well, you know how they are, tut, tut, let's walk away? No, he fought, he sued, and he won. And that's what we have to do. And the fight we have, listen, we're doing a victory lap right now because we've rendered the media irrelevant, but they're not going away. The fight continues, Alex, every day.
100%. And then the other thing, too, to your point, 60 Minutes tried to edit that Kamala Harris interview.
That's right.
How did that go for them? The FCC has now released the entire thing, and we saw what a sham it was. Well, they messed up because they put the promo out with, like, the other answer.
With a different answer,
the word salad answer. What happened here? Like...
Well, and Kurt, this goes back to the arrogance because think about it. Donald Trump had the choice of sitting for 40 minutes with 60 Minutes and letting them condense it down to 20 minutes that they decided we could see. And they do that, by the way. They edit these packages because they think you have a short attention span. They talk down to you all the time. Instead, he said, no, I don't need freaking 60 minutes. I'll sit for 3 hours uninterrupted with Joe Rogan. And oh, and by the way, 50 million of you watched that. How's that for short attention span?
All right, and so we've been bringing you this content from CPAC happening right now in the Washington, D.C. region, that conversation there about media and misinformation and disinformation. We are going to go away for our first 2-minute break of this hour. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back. We will head back to CPAC in just a moment, but I did want to share some of the other top stories that we have going on today. We have this camera live set up outside as Luigi Mangione. He is the man accused of fatally shooting the CEO of UnitedHealthcare in New York City and leading authorities on a 5-day manhunt. He's scheduled to be in court today for the first time since his December arraignment on state murder and terror charges. Luigi Mangione is set for a hearing in state court in Manhattan. That is where our cameras are set up. We are expecting him to head in there around the 1 p.m. hour. Prosecutors and Mangione's defense lawyers are expected to provide updates on the status of the case, and the judge could set deadlines for pretrial paperwork and possibly even a trial date. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to multiple counts of murder, including murder as an act of terrorism in that December 4th killing of Brian Thompson outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel. The executive was ambushed and shot on a sidewalk as he walked to an investor conference. So again, just letting you know, we do have these other live looks, live events, all set to happen here a little bit later today. And when we do see Mangione walking into court, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. What I did want to do is, it does look like another conversation is getting underway at CPAC. So I want to sneak in another break so that we can bring that to you in full. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to CPAC as we're now going to hear a discussion with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
As a Green Beret, I left the belt-fed machine gun at home.
There you
Thank
go.
God the Secret
there you go.
Secret Service
But you
is
know,
okay.
maybe next time, just bring it if you'd like.
Yeah,
but how are y'all doing this morning? Okay, so how amazing was it yesterday? Seriously. I don't know how we could top it off, but we're going to top it off this morning with just one of our heroes right now in the Trump administration, someone who CPAC, someone that Matt and I admire so much, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. So let's jump right in. Obviously, you've just come back from Saudi Arabia. You were meeting with Russian officials on really looking to find a solution to end the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. Tell me first how those negotiations are going. Any insight that you can give to our CPAC family here in terms of progress that's being made?
Well, let me make one thing clear. We would not be in this position, not even close, if it weren't for the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Period. Right? I had the honor of sitting in the Oval Office and listening to President Trump speak with President Putin of Russia and hearing both Putin and then immediately Zelensky both say only under President Trump's leadership, say this to him, and only he could drive an end to this war. So under Trump, this war will end, and it will end soon, and he is the president of peace. And it amazes me how many people in this town are clutching their pearls and having conniption fits over what? Because President Trump's ready to stop the killing, stop the hundreds of thousands of people that are dying per year in Europe, the largest war in Europe since World War II. And you see the same voices that are demanding a ceasefire in Gaza post-October 7th, then what? Oppose peace in Europe? It makes no sense. But with his leadership, we've now opened negotiations. We're sitting down with our host, the Saudis, and talking to the Russians, understanding what they are going to need, and then understanding what the Ukrainians are going to need, talking to all of the Europeans. You can't end a war if you don't talk to both sides, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
It's kind of common sense, history of diplomacy.
It is common sense, but you do find those in the media and the critics basically saying, how can you all be talking to the Russians? This is insane, right? They criticize the efforts that the administration is doing. And with that being said, President Trump has expressed his frustration with President Zelensky, trying to get to the point that we're dealing with how can we get a deal on the raw minerals? The United States has given over $175 billion to the Ukrainians. It seems like the Americans, there is that war fatigue. It's time to move forward. How are we going to get Zelensky, President Zelensky, to cooperate?
Yeah. Well, so first, and this is the part that the media just wants to ignore, it was Zelensky last September, as part of his victory plan, it was Zelensky that proposed, hey, let's go into a partnership together. Right. If the United States will invest in us, we have aluminum, we have gallium, we have tritium, we have all of these rare earth minerals that the modern economy needs. A lot of them are not fully developed. They need investment. President Trump's a deal maker. And so now President Trump proposes the deal, and sent our Treasury Secretary all the way out to Kyiv to propose it, and then we get this rhetoric in the media. Well, look, here's the bottom line. President Zelensky is going to sign that deal. And you will see that in the very short term. And that is good for Ukraine. What better could you have for Ukraine than to be in an economic partnership with the United States, number one? What better could you have for Ukraine to stop the killing, number two? And you know what? We have an obligation to you all, the American taxpayer, to recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been invested in this war. Because you know what? You know what Europe's contributions are? Europe's contributions are in the form of loans. And they're often paid back on the interest, by the interest on Russian assets that have been frozen. So Europe gets paid back, but the American people don't? I don't think so, right? And so that's the deal that we're putting in place that's good for everyone. And yes, you have to talk to the Russian side to understand how we're going to get both sides to the table. And that's what we're doing. Look, this is the common sense presidency. This is the presidency of peace. He's going to end the war in Europe. He is going to end the wars in the Middle East. He is going to reinvest the United States and our leadership in our own hemisphere, from the Arctic to the border to Panama, all the way down to our good friends in Argentina with Milei that you saw yesterday. And you know what? By the end of this all, we're going to have the Nobel Peace Prize sitting next to the name of Donald J. Trump. And who opposes peace? Like, I mean, how do the Democrats oppose peace?
You bring up a great question, which is who opposes peace? Yet you've seen the European leaders under President Macron trying to bring the Europeans together in dealing with the Russian and Ukraine situation. They have been unable to move the ball forward. How are we going to bring our European leaders on board?
Well, President, you know, and all, the other narrative you have in the media is, well, we're not consulting with our allies in Europe. President Trump has talked to Macron twice last week. He's coming here Monday. The Prime Minister of Britain is coming here next Thursday. We are engaging all of our European allies, absolutely. The NATO Secretary General and I just spoke. You establish peace through strength. And we have been demanding that the Europeans step up and contribute to their own defense. And as of now, a third of our NATO allies still are not contributing the minimum, which is 2% of their GDP that they committed to a year ago, or I'm sorry, 10 years ago. So that's unacceptable. And if you know what, the Europeans want to take a bigger role in their own security, that falls in line with America First principles as far as I'm concerned, as far as President Trump's concerned. So you know what, he's kind of rattled their cage a bit. And now they're saying, you know what, suddenly they've found more. And they're coming to the table with more. Fine by us. We've only been asking for over a decade now.
Shifting gears here to Iran. We've got Ambassador Mark Wallace with us, basically one of the biggest fighters in terms of ensuring that we can see change in Iran and leading the efforts incredibly here in the United States and across the globe. But I've got to ask you right now, what is this maximum pressure campaign going to look like in terms of Iran? How are we going to stop Iran from exporting terrorism into Israel and killing innocent lives?
Well, first, thank God that Prime Minister Netanyahu, that Bibi did not listen to the Biden team and did not listen to Kamala Harris. And as a result of his leadership and Israel's leadership, Hezbollah in Iran is now decimated. I mean, the pager, beeper, and walkie-talkie operation is going to go down in history. And as a Green Beret, I appreciate a good covert operation. That was one of the greatest ones in history. So you have Hezbollah largely decapitated. You have a real opening in Lebanon that you haven't had in a generation. You have Assad gone in Syria. You have the axis of terror from Iran all the way to threaten our partners, Israel, essentially disrupted, and we need to keep our foot on their neck in that regard. And then from a maximum pressure campaign, the president just signed that executive order returning to maximum pressure to start keeping a foot on the neck of the Iranian economy. And look, just a few years ago, we were seeing that all of Iran's proxies were out of cash, that the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the militias in Iraq, none of them had the funds and the cash to continue their terror. We're going to get back to those policies that work, but key to it all is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And why does that matter to everyday Americans? Look, if Iran has a nuke, there's a real question of whether they're a rational actor. And they can take out our ally Israel. They can launch against the world. They will have that nuclear umbrella to launch all of these other attacks. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and under President Trump's leadership, we will ensure that does not happen.
Israel. We just got word from the Israeli Defense Forces that they have returned several bodies. This is the Bibas family, the two beautiful children, the redhead children, and what was supposed to be the body of Shara, the mother. Apparently, that doesn't seem to be the case. IDF is saying this is a serious violation of the ceasefire. What's your message, one, to the hostages, their families, from the United States, from President Trump? And two, how can we ensure that we bring all those hostages back home?
My message, President Trump's message to those families is we are with you. His heart breaks and he is horrified by these scenes coming out. And if anyone thinks that Hamas is some type of quasi-benevolent, not so bad, kind of something less than the just despicable terrorists that they are, what more convincing do you need? Hamas is of the worst kinds of terrorist groups out there. They are no different than ISIS. They are no different than Al-Qaeda, and they absolutely must be destroyed. And only under his leadership, remember the Biden administration was trying to do some type of deal. They were obsessed with a ceasefire, but their approach was concession after concession after concession and putting more pressure on Israel than they did on Hamas. Only when President Trump came in and said, look, there will be all hell to pay, the credible threat that only he can deliver. Did we see this deal come into place? Still under Biden. And we saw our people starting to come out, including 2 Americans, with more to go. So this is only happening because of this election. These are the kind of consequences this election has had. And we will continue to get out everyone that we can. But remember, just 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you had college campuses, you had students, you had faculty, you had protesters celebrating Hamas, talking about from the river to the sea, having the worst kind of anti-Semitism, and now we've seen, and we just saw yesterday, the despicable people that they are and why they can never be allowed to run Gaza and why we can never allow another October 7th again. And there is a lot of talk about two-state. You know who doesn't want a two-state? Who will never allow a two-state? Hamas. And this is why they can never, they just cannot exist going forward.
China is one of our biggest threats. We have seen how China has infiltrated our institutions, has brought fentanyl into the United States, has stolen our intellectual property, have basically made so many deals with many Latin American countries, African countries. They're trying to be strategic in ensuring that the U.S. does not get involved in some of these regions. This has significantly changed under President Trump. Walk us through how we're going to deal with this threat of China.
Well, remember, President Trump is who pivoted us, pivoted the whole national security apparatus back in 2017 and 2018 to deal with the threat and the competition that China is. But he firmly believes we can win this economically, we can win this through our supply chains, we can win this through our markets and fair trade deals, and at the same time rebuilding our great military under, how about our Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, right? Getting them focused on being the most lethal and most badass military in the world and projecting that strength. But at the same time, he appreciates the infiltration that's going on, and we just had Panama say, you know what, we're done with Belt and Road, we're done with allowing China to infiltrate critical strategic assets like the Panama Canal. And again, it's only been a month, folks. We've still got it. We told the president, you said, you know, you have a full 4 years. We don't have to get it all done in 4 weeks. And just final thing, because you mentioned fentanyl. We are going to unleash holy hell on the cartels. Enough is enough. We are securing our border. And the cartels are on notice. You've seen images of the Mexican army doing joint patrols with our border, with our Customs and Border Police and with our military to secure the United States border, because without a border, you don't have a country and you don't have sovereignty. And if there's not anything more than America first than that. And so a lot of, going back to things that worked in the first term, but you know what we have now in the second term? We have a team that is 200% on board with the vision of President Trump. And we've got a great Secretary of State, a great Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury. We've got the Team Florida with Susie Wiles and our Chief of Staff. Like, we are hitting on all cylinders, and we don't have a president that's year 1 or even year 5. He's year 9. And we are building the rocket as we're launching it, and it's just been the honor of my lifetime to be a part of it.
So I was going to ask you who can bench press more, Secretary Hegseth or Mike Waltz, but I'm going to skip that question. We're just going to go a little personal here.
Yeah.
You wake up every morning. You have one of the most important jobs in the administration.
I'm working for a man who doesn't sleep, but
That's
yes,
true,
I
So that means you're not sleeping either.
Yeah.
What drives you? What inspires you to do what you do every day?
You know what? It really is. It's been about 20 hours a day. And he's going 21 or 22. I don't know how he does it. I thought I was in 4th gear as a member of Congress and a colonel in a Green Beret. I've now found 3 more, and he stays in 10th. But here's what drives me. These guys. I don't know if you can see this bracelet. This is one of my Green Berets that I lost in combat. And every morning I get up, I look in the mirror, we get ready to go, and I tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy of their sacrifice. Be worthy of those Gold Star families. Be a citizen that is worthy of this blessing that we all wake up with, breathing free air in the greatest country on earth. But we got a glimpse the last 4 years of what the world and what the country would look like under progressive lack of leadership. The world got a glimpse of what the world coming unglued, starting with the disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan and how that was done, through the wars in Europe. We went from the Abraham Accords to the Middle East on fire, and out of control border. I think, and the president is thinking about this a lot as well. Of course, he wanted that second term. But you know what? Maybe God had a different plan, that the world had to see and feel what it would look like in the country without him. And now you're seeing this amazing embrace of his leadership in the world. But be worthy, everyone. Be worthy of those that are out there right now willing to die for all of us, and those that did give the greatest sacrifice for all of us. And thank God we have a leader back in the White House that not only appreciates that, loves them, and loves all of you, and is willing to run through brick walls to get big things done for this country and for peace and security around the world.
Well, be worthy. I'm taking that with me. Be worthy to do this incredible work. I just want to thank you, and I know on behalf of all of us here at CPAC, we thank you for your service. We thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you for supporting and giving advice to this great president and in serving in this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, our National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CPAC. Thank you.
And we've been bringing you these conversations just outside of the nation's capital as CPAC is continuing. And you just heard this conversation between Mercedes Schlapp speaking with National Security Advisor Mike Waltz about a range of issues. One of those key ones, though, being the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas. I do want to tell you about another story we are keeping an eye on here in Washington, D.C., as we're going to hear from Mayor Muriel Bowser. She's going to be delivering remarks in a short time here at the National Press Club, on the future of the city after President Donald Trump said on Wednesday he's giving his support behind congressional efforts for a federal takeover of the nation's capital, saying he approves putting the District of Columbia back under direct federal control. He was speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, where he was saying that he was complaining about the crime and homelessness in the district, saying, quote, "I think we should take over Washington, D.C., make it safe." He added, "I think we should govern the District of Columbia." So that is set to start here in just about 10 minutes as we do wait to hear from Mayor Muriel Bowser. We're going to go away for another break. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look outside the nation's capital right now as we are continuing to bring you these discussions from speakers at CPAC, which is happening just outside of Washington, D.C. in National Harbor, Maryland. Right now, we are hearing from Mike Lindell. He's the CEO and founder of My Pillow. He's also a political activist. I did want to head over to that conversation.
I and many of you were giving a world stage for our voice when almost every other platform had either blocked us or given up. We never stopped speaking out, and our voice has grown to the biggest it's ever been. We have beaten, there's two parts to this. We have beaten the biggest cover-up of the biggest crime in history. The uniparty, the deep state globalists, and the media tried to completely bury the truth about the 2020 election. 4 years later, evil has failed. Everybody knows the truth. I told people before the 2024 election, if they tried to steal it again, just like if they'd have tried to give us China virus 2.0, we would not have stood for it. We would have said, open up those machines. And we would have said, no, we're not going to sit out in snowbanks wearing masks and be banned from our own houses. We would not have tolerated another stolen election. And evil knew this, and they also knew that it was too big to rig, as the president likes to say. If they would have done it, it would have been one of the biggest deviations in history, and we would have said, we're on to you now. Well, that's their tool to steal elections. By the way, And the media will like this, the fake news. They did steal 4 senators and 9 congressmen that my teams know of in this last election, just so you all know that. Okay? 132 countries have banned electronic voting machines, and they've done it for a reason. More than 100 countries have banned early voting and mail-in voting. The United States of America has the worst election platforms in the world. We now have to make elections great again. We need to go to paper ballots, hand-counted, same-day voting, precinct level, and voter ID just the way our great president wants us. We have to lead the world in secure elections. We cannot let this time with the greatest president in history be in vain. This must be the time that God triumphs over evil. We have to have our voices stronger than ever, and we will never, ever stop until, with this critical timing, we have to get to paper ballots. We will never stop. We have to get there now. I encourage all of you to go to LindellTV.com. This is my voice. We have the greatest mayor ever, Mayor Rudy Giuliani over there. We have Emerald Robinson and many other hosts in our 24/7 TV lineup. We were granted, what a blessing, we have White House reporters right at the White House right now with Lindell TV. You have live reporting every single day. And I'd like to thank, I needed help, and I'd like to thank our great new sponsors like Fisher Liberty Gold and Airwater Healing. They're going to be they're at the booth. But during these times when I was canceled, they're trying to cancel everything I stand for to get rid of these machines and go to paper ballots. They stood up and said, hey, we're going to help. We're going to sponsor Lindell TV. So thank you. I'd like you all to visit our booth at Lindell TV, the booth that we have here. Visit, and I need every one of you to get involved now. We are at a critical time in history. The stuff we put out, we have all the pieces to do this. We just need your votes to magnify the truth to the world as we get into this over the next months here and start putting all this information out and what we're doing from the ground up. And from our great president down. We're doing everything humanly possible to get to this great place with our election platforms. God gave us grace for such a time as this, and we are in the best times to be alive in history and the greatest revival for Jesus Christ ever. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you all.
All right, so more discussion from CPAC as we were just hearing from Mike Lindell. He's the CEO and founder of MyPillow. He's also a political activist. We're expecting to hear from Kari Lake in just a short amount of time, so we're going to monitor that for you. In the meantime, I do want to give you this live look out of Washington because we do have a lot going on there today. We are awaiting to hear some remarks from President Donald Trump. This was remarks at the governor's working session. This was closed to the press, but we are expected to get that taped playback into our newsroom here. So once we do get that, we will bring it to you. We're also awaiting to hear from Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser as she's going to be delivering remarks at the National Press Club on the future of the city after President Trump on Wednesday threw his support behind calls for a federal government takeover of the United States Capitol. All of that set to start here shortly. What I can tell you a little bit more about that as we do await the next speaker at CPAC was President Trump was speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One just the other day. And he was saying that the crime and homelessness is a concern in the district. And this is a direct quote from the president. He said, I think we should take over Washington, D.C., make it safe. He added, I think that we should govern District of Columbia. Under terms of the city's home rule authority, Congress already vets all D.C. laws and can outright overturn them. And some congressional Republicans have sought to go even further, eroding decades of the city's limited autonomy and pulling it back under direct federal control as it was at its founding. President Trump saying he liked the District of Columbia Mayor Muriel Bowser personally, but he did complain about the city's governance. So again, expecting to hear from Mayor Muriel Bowser shortly. But we are going to also keep an eye on CPAC as well. A lot going on in the district. If we head over to New York City right now, we are going to pivot to another story as we are awaiting here outside a court shot as Luigi Mangione, the man accused of fatally shooting the CEO of UnitedHealthcare, is set to be in court today for the first time since his arraignment in the UnitedHealthcare CEO's death. Set to start at around 1 p.m., I think, is when we're expected to see Mangione walking into court. So that's why we do have this camera staked out outside so that we can bring that to you as we do get that live shot in here to our newsroom. Mangione is set for a hearing in state court, this all taking place again in Manhattan. Prosecutors and Mangione's defense lawyers are expected to provide updates on the status of the case. And Judge Gregory Caro could set deadlines for pretrial paperwork and possibly even a trial date. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to multiple counts of murder, including murder as an act of terrorism in that December 4th killing of Brian Thompson outside a Midtown Manhattan hotel. The executive was ambushed and shot on a sidewalk as he walked to an investor conference. We brought you all that coverage as it unfolded on LiveNOW. Right now, I do want to head back to Washington, D.C., as it does look like the next speakers at CPAC have begun. Let's listen in.
Thank you. They're very nice. Okay, so James, you were the Deputy Chief of Staff in the White House. There's a bunch of you guys that are Deputy Chiefs of Staff, and a bunch of them are going to be here. All the President's men are going to be here at CPAC, so it's really exciting. Tell us about your specific role in the White House. We were talking about this last night. Tell us about the various departments that you oversee inside the White House.
Yeah, I really oversee the external portfolio of the White House. There's three main components to that. We have our Office of Legislative Affairs, which obviously is really the president's lobbying arm on Capitol Hill. We have the Office of Political Affairs, which is just the political operations that come from the White House and run externally, of course. And then the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, which deals with interplay between federal, state, and local governments and tribal governments.
Okay, so we're seeing right now, in terms of a pace from President Trump, I mean, the amount of executive orders. I think I saw somebody say that there are more executive orders we've seen President Trump sign than there are primetime viewers on CNN, right? Like, but we're seeing the level of action is just incredible, right? Like, it's rapid fire, lots of different action out there. I'll tell you, the person that I think would really, and I know a little bit of something about this because I work for Breitbart, that I think would be absolutely loving this is the one and only Andrew Breitbart. And at CPAC, of course, we got to give Andrew Breitbart a shout out because Andrew Breitbart was CPAC, right? But tell us what it's like in there in the White House every day. It seems like it's a pretty crazy, wild schedule, if you will.
It's a frenetic pace for sure, but you know, the president has thought deeply about what he wants to accomplish in the time he was not in the White House, obviously. And he's been spending a lot of time planning and obviously asking his team to plan the actions that we've executed so far. So I get asked a lot, was all this planned? And you know, obviously new ideas come up every day, but a lot of it, if not most of it, was planned. He's thought deeply since he left the last time around, and he knows that he wants to accomplish a lot in a short period of time. So really, it's all of us just playing catch up with the president. It's great to have an energetic leader. He runs circles around all of us. He doesn't sleep. He works all the time, and he's really committed to making this time in office
very useful for saving the country. I mean, he's just going to do what he said he was going to do, and that's it.
All right, so James, one of the major departments you oversee is the political affairs, obviously. You were the political director for the Trump campaign. One of the reasons why we are where we are today is that President Trump was able to, in this last election in 2024, pull off arguably one of the greatest political transformations in the history of mankind. I mean, we are seeing, lifelong Democrats, frankly, vote for President Trump. A lot of black voters, Hispanic voters. I think I saw him put on his Truth Social recently a list of all the counties he flipped from Democrat control. Tell us, you're the nuts and bolts guy of how this happened, right? Like, so tell us, how did you guys pull this off from the Trump campaign? And then we'll get into how we hold it together, because I think it's important that we hold this together for the long term. But walk us through how you guys did it.
Yeah, well, so they say success is where preparation meets opportunity, right? Obviously, we had a plan. But the plan primarily was to capitalize on opportunities that existed within these, different populations of voters that maybe have not traditionally voted Republican. We've really seen, the last 10 years, really since President Trump came into office, has been a slow-moving realignment politically, and a lot of significant demographic shifts are coming with that that are good for Republicans writ large if, really very simply, Trump voters can be converted into Republican voters. And that is, I think, the main thing that everyone has to focus on for the midterms and going forward. And I think the reason for that is issues. I mean, good policy is good politics. President Trump is not like every Republican politician, as we all know, for the last, several decades, particularly cuts against the mold of Washington. And I think that's really important. I think the number one thing, and just to put some stats on it, President Trump gained more popular votes than any Republican ever has. It was the first popular vote win. It was the first popular vote win for a Republican president in 20 years, and the first non-incumbent since 1988. The House Republicans won more popular votes than they ever have. And he swept the Senate majority into office. And really, President Trump performs above all other Republicans. And that's because a lot of these voters that are with him have not come over to the party. And the way we solve for that going forward is to pass the agenda that he campaigned on. That's what they voted for. And I think that if we give the voters what they paid for with their vote, they will reward us with a long-term political realignment. One thing I like to point out is only because a lot of people say, well, presidents always lose the midterms. Often true, but not always. In the last 100 years, there's only 2 midterms where a president has added seats to both chambers of his party. One was 2002, and obviously that was post 9/11, kind of a unique time for our country, very patriotic, rallying around President Bush. And the other was 1934, which was after the New Deal passed. And that really set in motion a 100-year realignment of politics, and it came out of what they did. And I think that needs to be the model we're looking at, where we're not looking for incremental change, and we need our Republicans in Congress to help us with that. We need to look for big change. And I think if we enact big change, which the president campaigned on, we'll be rewarded politically for a long time.
Couldn't agree more. It feels like we have a different look. I've been doing this for a long time at Breitbart. I've been at Breitbart for 12 years. I've been reporting in the conservative movement for 15. It feels like the Republican Party is a different Republican Party now, and this is in large part thanks to President Trump and his endorsements. We've got new incoming exciting senators, people like Jim Banks from Indiana, who I think we heard from yesterday, Bernie Moreno from Ohio, Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania, Tim Sheehy from Montana. These are exciting young voices that are, 8 years ago, President Trump had a rough time of getting his cabinet through. This time around, he's actually beating with a smaller majority of his party, Barack Obama, from 2009 when he was confirming his cabinet. The Trump's cabinet is almost all confirmed now. How has the party changed in a better way that is reflecting this transformation that we're talking about? Because it's bigger than Trump, I think. I think it's happening in the Senate. It's happening in the House, too.
Absolutely. Frankly, I think our Republicans in Congress are getting on board and seeing that we can do things differently. Look, with the cabinet, President Trump selected a cabinet that reflects the diversity of the coalition that swept him into office, and the diversity of thought, and that was important to him. And we're grateful to our Republican senators for moving them through with, relatively little hiccups overall. And I think the president's view is that those voices are what the people voted for, and that is the government they want to see. And I think the Senate sees that. I mean, it's undeniable, ultimately. And I do think that, thinking back to 8 years ago, many people feel that in some ways President Trump's presidency wasn't given a chance because of the attacks that started from really pre-day one. And I think they recognize how much time he has spent reflecting on his 4 years in office and how he has come through the greatest weaponization in history, all the things that we all know. I mean, nobody has undergone more challenges to get to an office than President Trump, and I think they're quite deferential to giving him the opportunity and the team he wants to not have that happen again. And despite those challenges in the first term, he had a historic presidency. And now I think the feeling is, well, if we just support him and support the folks that helped get him elected, then maybe we'll all do better. A rising tide will lift all boats, and I think that's what we're seeing.
So, James, the big question is, the first major elections we're going to see in just a few short weeks here in Wisconsin. We have Wisconsin Supreme Court races coming up in April, the governor races and state level races later this year. We got some special elections coming up for some of the seats that have been opened up by cabinet picks. We've got, and then we have the midterm elections less than 2 years away. So how do you guys make sure that the political transformation we saw in November, those new voters, lock in beyond just that 1 year, that it isn't just a fleeting thing, that this is a lasting political realignment, similar to the 1934 one you're talking about in the FDR years?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, that's for sure. The Wisconsin Supreme Court race, I've been looking at numbers there, and there's some folks getting involved for the conservative. That'll be challenging, I'll say. I mean, it'll be challenging because if you look at the data in Wisconsin, what carries President Trump is a group of voters who only vote when Trump is on the ballot. And the thing that we have to accomplish in all of these elections is getting that specific group of people. There's super voters on both sides, but getting the people that are sort of with the Trump worldview, who aren't necessarily Republicans, but many of them, would sort of consider themselves that now, is getting them to go to the polls when President Trump's not on the ballot and helping them understand that supports his worldview ultimately. Mm-hmm.
And listening into that discussion at CPAC with the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, James Blair, as we've been bringing you all of these speakers throughout the morning. Again, we are expected to hear from political candidate and a former journalist, Kari Lake. She is set to speak here shortly as well. I did want to remind you, though, we are also keeping an eye on D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser as she is set to speak on the future of the city. We're going to go away for a final 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us at the top of the hour, my name is Christy Matino. We've been bringing you these discussions at CPAC just outside of Washington, D.C. in National Harbor, Maryland. Let's listen in to this new discussion.
TV show Lincoln Lawyers. We have a lot in common. But what we do have in common, unfortunately, is that we were both made victims of our own government because we dared stand with Donald Trump. For me, I ran Ben Carson's campaign back in 2015, 2016, Great American. And I became a senior advisor to the Trump campaign in 2016. Within months of working at the Trump campaign, Obama's CIA director, John Brennan, gave my name along with 25 others to the Five Eyes to ask our so-called allies to spy on us in the Russia-gate. That led to me being bumped by both the UK and Australia and endlessly grilled about Russia and Hillary's emails and all this other crap. And then that, led to, the FBI taking my phone and my emails, the emails of my 9-year-old kid. They took my Uber Eats account. They got a lot of information there. But, one of the things, unfortunately, that John and I have in common, we both had to spend millions of dollars to defend ourselves. And John, I'm further along in the process. John is still in the fight, and he needs our help. But anyway, I want to be quick and tell you who I was and what I've gone through, but John's case is really happening right now. So I want him to have 7.5 minutes, and I'll take 2.5.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Look, one of the most egregious examples of the psychological analysis of projection was when the Democrats, before the 2024 election, said President Trump would weaponize the Department of Justice. I said, are you kidding me? What have we been looking at for the last 4 years? They took my phone in New Mexico outside of a restaurant with an egregiously broad warrant that said all the data on your phone. Now, we fought a revolutionary war to stop that. That's called the general warrant. The Fourth Amendment requires that they identify what they're going to search and seize with particularity. They just said everything on your phone. And of course, modern phones are a portal to everything, every communication, every transaction you have. But they said, oh no, we're not allowed to look at what we've seized until we get a second warrant. And about a month later, I start getting inquiries from a taint team in Portland, Oregon, asking if certain things I was going to assert privilege over. I said, well, I've got a question. How do you even have that? Where was this second warrant? Oh, we got that. I said, I haven't seen it. Well, yeah, but the phone was in our possession by then, so we served the warrant on ourselves. This is utter nonsense, and they are shredding the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the right to counsel, the right to attorney-client privilege. I had a client, my wife sometimes he would forget the time zone difference from where I was on the West Coast and where he was, 4:30, 5:30 in the morning, and my wife would nudge me and said, you better get that, it might be the client. Well, the client was the President of the United States. And he asked me to help him get the legal challenges to the fraudulent and illegal election in 2020 for the courts to actually consider that. And for that, I was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in Jack Smith's criminal prosecution against President Trump, an indicted co-conspirator in Georgia, an indicted co-conspirator in Arizona, where I had no involvement whatsoever. They've put my bar license in California currently on inactive status. I can't practice out there. At least I'm still able to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States. But part of what's going on here, and they've admitted this, it's to scare lawyers from ever taking on causes or clients that the left doesn't want you to take on. This is an egregious abuse of our criminal justice system, the likes of which we have never seen. In 1940, Franklin Roosevelt's new appointment as Attorney General, Robert Jackson, he would later become Supreme Court Justice and later head of the Nuremberg trials after World War II. And he had all the U.S. attorneys in the country at a meeting, and he warned them not to abuse their power. And the greatest temptation for abuse of power was to find people you don't like and then scour the books to see if you can pin something on them, rather than beginning with the crime and investigate who done it. And that's what we have been witnessing out of the Department of Justice, out of the FBI, out of that ridiculous select committee on J6, with Liz Cheney running it, and destroying exculpatory evidence, issuing subpoenas without sign-off by courts, acting as law enforcement agencies without all the guardrails that our Constitution puts on law enforcement agencies. And people have said, well, Eastman, why don't you just look forward and leave it alone, don't look back? If we don't get to the bottom of what they did and hold the people who did it accountable, they will do it again the first opportunity they get. So I have been thrilled with all of President Trump's nominees, but I think the one that is going to be most relevant to this fight is the one that got confirmed yesterday, 51 to 48, Kash Patel. Because in my view, what we have been witnessing is a nationwide conspiracy to deprive political opponents of their constitutional rights to free speech, to assembly, the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And if you don't hold people accountable for what they did for that, that's a federal felony, by the way. There's a group called States United Democracy Center. They filed the bar complaint against me in California. They're a rabid anti-Trump organization designed to go after all the lawyers that were trying to help Trump. They were the ones that were hired by the Attorney General of Arizona to prepare the prosecution memo for the electors and me and unindicted co-conspirator Trump in Arizona. And I've told media, I said, that's a little like hiring the fox to do the safety memo for your chicken coop. It's utter nonsense. And the people that are doing that need to be held accountable. And you know, if they spend some time in prison, maybe the next time they get power, they'll be a little bit hesitant about taking on this kind of lawfare against us.
Amen. Amen. And we'll never get our privacy back. We may never get our reputations back, but this must not happen again.
That's right. I teach at the Claremont Institute, our summer fellowship program, and I was teaching our John Marshall Fellows, young lawyers, when the indictment in Georgia came down, and everybody's phone starts going off, and they made fun of it at the end of the week when they did our big roasting. But the gentleman that roasted me then turned serious. And he said, what we saw here was an exhibition of courage, and courage is contagious. And then he said, if you think about the last line of our national anthem, it's not so much whether that flag was still waving, it's what kind of land it is waving over. Is it still the land of the free and the home of the brave, or is it now the land of the coward and the home of the slave? And ladies and gentlemen, I've got grandkids, and I'm not willing to hand them over to a land of the coward and the home of the slave. We fight this battle until we win permanently. We fight it every day. We fight it in the streets. We fight it in the courts. We fight it wherever we can, because our freedom is too precious to give up. Thank you. You think about it, our founders pledged to each other their lives, and they meant it. Their fortunes, and they meant it. Just ask Robert Morris, who funded the Revolutionary War largely. But most importantly for them, more important than either of those, they pledged their sacred honor. What kind of sacred honor will we have if we hand off to our grandkids an enslavement contrary to what we inherited from our forebears? This is the fight for our time. It's the fight worth having. I can't think of anything more important to be doing. And I thank you all for being here and for the army that you are, for keeping America free, keeping America prosperous, and let's make America great again. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
And we've been listening into CPAC, many discussions we've been bringing you, and we are waiting to hear from former journalist and political candidate Kari Lake, set to speak in a few moments. Did also want to let you know we are keeping an eye on this live event. This is going to be D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser delivering remarks at the National Press Club on the future of the city. All of this coming after President Donald Trump said on Wednesday he threw his support behind calls for a federal government takeover of the U.S. Capitol. Keeping an eye on all of this for you as CPAC is in between speakers. I did want to take this opportunity to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the nation's capital once again, as we're going to be hearing shortly from the D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser. She's going to be speaking at the National Press Club regarding the future of the city.
Stadium site and entice the Washington Commanders football team to return to the city limits. The plan envisions an entertainment district, sports complex, shopping, housing, and a revitalized waterfront. Imagine the Super Bowl, Beyonce, even Taylor Swift, she said. World-class cities like ours, Mayor Bowser told the crowd, we do big things. Yet, President Trump, sitting just blocks away from Mayor Bowser's office, has said some not-so-nice things about the city in which he's led for the past decade. He's called it out for filth and decay, and during the campaign vowed to take over Washington, D.C. While that would require Congress to repeal what's known as the Home Rule Law in existence since 1973, 2 members of Congress, Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah and Republican Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee, have introduced such a bill called Bringing Oversight to Washington and Safety to Every Resident, which, not so coincidentally, spells out Bowser. And earlier this week, the Washington Post reported that President Trump would issue an executive order to crack down on crime and homeless encampments in the city, perhaps his first salvo into a takeover attempt. Clearly, the city is in for a wild ride, but this is not Mayor Bowser's first rodeo. She's been held elected office since 2004, first as an advisory neighborhood commissioner, and then as a member of the D.C. Council. She was elected mayor in 2015 and is only the second person to be elected 3 times as D.C. mayor. During her tenure, she's led the city through the COVID-19 pandemic, racial justice protests, and the events of January 6th. But she says her best job is just being a mom to her daughter, Miranda. Please join me in welcoming, giving a warm National Press Club welcome to Washington, D.C.'s Mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. I've been in this building a million times. I've not been in this room.
In this room? Welcome to the...
I take that back. I think I gave my first press conference after winning the primary in 2014, maybe in this room.
In this room. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I did.
Fun memories. So I wanted to start by talking a little bit about home rule. So D.C. has had home rule since 1973 and fought hard to win it. As I mentioned in the introduction, President Trump mentioned many times, including this week, that he wants to take over Washington, D.C. Can you talk a little bit about, why home rule is important to D.C. and what's the case for keeping home rule?
Well, the case that we actually make is for D.C. becoming the 51st state. I know there's been a lot of talk about someplace else becoming the 51st state, but we are going to be the 51st state because what it means is the discussion you've had about whether a president or a couple of members of Congress can take over our limited self-determination is because we don't enjoy the same rights as American citizens. But we are the same as American citizens. We pay taxes more than most, more per capita than any place in America. We're larger than 2 states. We're literally down the street from the Congress, but we have no representation. So the case that D.C. residents, not to tell you that your question wasn't the right question, but the question for us is how do we maintain the pathway to the 51st state, and why not? We're Americans, we pay taxes, we go to war, we have all of the responsibilities of citizenship, but we don't have all of the rights. And the unfortunate answer is it has come down to partisanship. And we don't regard D.C. being added as the 51st state as a partisan issue, but it is an issue of how to make our democracy more perfect. So in talking about home rule, what it means basically is that we elect local officials, we pass our laws, we have our own budget, that's sometimes a misconception out there in the world. We take care of ourselves, and we do so, as I said, and we give more to the federal government than we get back. And so making sure that we adhere to the principles that so many people believe in, the government should be closest to the people. That's why home rule is important to us.
So President Trump's expected to sign an executive order that would give the federal government more power in D.C. Do you think the federal government has the right to do this? Do you see this as President Trump's first move in an ultimate endgame to, as he says, take over D.C., and how does D.C. protect itself from federal encroachment?
I think there's been a lot of speculation about that, and mostly among your colleagues here, but I don't know that that's the case. Certainly, the president has executive powers, and we've seen that he has issued a lot of executive orders. Some of them have been disputed. Some of them are being argued right now. But I think what the approach that we have taken with the White House is to identify those things that we share. What are our shared priorities? The president is very focused on making our nation's capital the most beautiful capital in the world. And it turns out that's our focus too. And in Washington, D.C., unlike some places, the federal government actually has a role in doing that, an oversized role in doing that. So there's some things like national parks that, when your city as small as ours, how the national parks operate is a very big deal. There's been the issue of the return of federal employees to in-person work. Now, we didn't argue for in-person work going with mass firings, which is going to have an impact certainly on Americans in all 50 states in Washington, D.C. And the federal government does have a role in public safety in the district, unlike most places, because they're a big part of our criminal justice system, including judges and including prosecutors. So there are things that we can work on together.
The Washington Post has reported that this executive order would be focused on crime and quality of life issues like graffiti and homeless encampments. After you met with then President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago, you expressed a willingness to work with the president on issues of mutual concern, including beautifying the city. Are these the issues that you discussed? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Once again, I can't speak to an executive order that I'm not sure exists or will be issued. So I'll say that. But I will say that, yeah, we talked about beautification issues and we talked about public safety. But let me say this about public safety. What I was able to report to the president was that he, I believed, had the picture in his mind of COVID-era Washington, D.C., because that's the Washington, D.C. he left. And we did have some impacts of COVID closures on both public safety and homelessness. And so I wanted to make clear that the Washington that he has returned to is coming back from COVID era impacts. So I developed a comeback plan, which is our 5-year economic development strategy that has a lot of investments in the downtown, for example, how we bring more residents, how we bring more activity and vitality to the downtown, and the federal workforce is a big part of that. I've always believed that President Trump viewed Washington from the eyes of a developer, and that was kind of how we approached him in his first term. It turns out that he didn't get that involved in real estate, but I think they're more interested in that in this turn. So we are looking for ways that investments can be made in our national parks and in underutilized federal buildings with the government as well.
I want to ask you a little bit about the federal workforce in just a second here, but as you know, we take questions from the audience. So national field producer for Fox News, James Levinson, sent in the following question. In the president's comments on taking over D.C. government, he cited issues with crime and corruption as his argument of why he needs to step in. Just yesterday, there was a bribery indictment of a former deputy director of ONSE. The D.C. Council also expelled Trayon White on bribery accusations weeks ago. Are you worried that there's an underlying corruption problem in certain parts of the D.C. government?
I'm not, and this is why I say that. Our system worked the way it was supposed to in both of the cases that you mentioned. We have, and actually I authored when I was a member of the council, a pretty comprehensive and wide-ranging ethics reform law that allows the council to expel a member for the type of conduct that the indictment indicates. That hadn't been the case 10 years before that. We would have had a official linger until the criminal justice process had run its course. So we have very, very high standards for conduct. I am proud to lead an incredible workforce. This workforce has stood up for D.C. during COVID, during snowstorms. In January, we had 3 national special security events, 2 snowstorms. We had an inaugural ceremony that changed, I think, the Thursday before the Monday of the inauguration. And so all of these activities were supported by public servants. Our public servants, especially our police department, has also led to a historic decrease in crime that we experienced in 2024. The previous year had been a tough year for us, admittedly, and we worked very hard to change what I thought in some cases were COVID-era policies that went into effect that affected the very fragile balance of a public safety ecosystem in Washington. We worked with the council to really reset the laws. And in my view, we had to get a better focus on accountability for violent crime. And we've been able to do that. and we're seeing the impacts of that. So, but those are all our police officers that go to work every single day. Our teachers have been incredible. We just got our kind of the national report card scores, and we see DC public schools outpacing urban school districts around the country. And those are our teachers who are going in classrooms and really moving kids in reading and math. So we're proud of the work of our workforce. But having said that, people know that they have to follow the rules, and if they don't, then there are very real consequences.
Since the pandemic and work from home options, the downtown area has been a bit of a ghost town. President Trump has now ordered the federal workforce back to their offices, as you mentioned. And at the same time, Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency are eviscerating the federal workforce. What do you see as the impact of these two dueling orders? And what has President Trump told you about his federal workforce plans? And then to follow up on that, do you have any plans for a sort of revitalization of downtown DC?
Yes. So the president and I are, I think, simpatico on the return to the office. And the discussion that I have been having around the region, not just DC, is that we need to make the case for why these federal jobs and federal activity are best supported. The infrastructure here best supports that work. And that's what we do. When we talk about the federal government, let me be clear. Not all federal workers are in Washington, D.C. They're all over the country. I think you've heard some of the stories even about national parks workers and CDC workers. And so these are federal workers all across the country. I think we have in this region close to 400,000 federal workers. Is that right? We have one. No, close to 600,000 federal workers. And about a third of those, or a little bit more than a third, are located in Washington, D.C. About 70,000 of them are D.C. residents of our 703,000 people. So it is it's a huge impact to have people's jobs affected. And so our really focus is on making sure we're being supportive of our residents and calling on the government to not use a chainsaw, but figure out which jobs we need and which jobs we don't. And that can be done in a orderly way and in a humane way.
We're listening in live in the nation's capital to Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser speaking at the National Press Club on the future of the city after President Donald Trump threw his support behind calls for a federal government takeover of the U.S. Capitol. More on that in just 2 short minutes. Welcome in. I do want to head back to that discussion with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser on the future of Washington, D.C. She is speaking at the National Press Club.
Let me just follow up on that question quickly with another question from the audience here. Associated Press reporter Ashraf Khalil sends in the following question. What do you expect the economic impact to be on the D.C. region for the, as you mentioned, thousands of federal workers who are losing their jobs right now in terms of things like unemployment rates, the job market, the healthcare marketplace? And when do you think that wave will hit the system, and are you prepared for it?
Well, it's beginning to hit the system, and I expect probably next week to start talking to our community in a comprehensive way about what we see the impacts as. So far, I think what we've seen hit our unemployment system is expected when there is a change of administration, especially when it's a different party. So that's what we're seeing right now. But we know that over the next months, more and more people will be impacted. Now, the thing that we'll need the White House and the President's cabinet is to work with all of us about how unemployment, with the separations that they're making, will work for government workers.
I want to pivot. I want to ask a little bit about crime in D.C. The D.C. Police Union has said that the force is staffed at dangerously low levels, the lowest number, they say, in 50 years. When 3 police officers were shot last month, they pointed to this as a risk to an overburdened police force. What efforts are you taking to recruit more officers in Washington, D.C., and how do you ensure that violent crime doesn't rise if the police ranks continue to shrink?
Well, we put enough officers on the street, but unfortunately, we do it in a less ideal way. That's why if you're a budget wonk like I am, we have higher overtime numbers than is efficient. But we have to do that to make sure we have the shifts and the people on the street that we need. So we are, and as long as I've been mayor, have funded our department at a level that allows us to hire the maximum number of people at a given time. I won't go into the kind of sordid history in the couple of years that we weren't able to hire, but with attrition and with a couple of years of disruption, you can see your numbers go down. Our plan is to get back to 4,000 officers. I believe our police chief believes that we need to be between 3,800 and 4,000 officers. Now, keep in mind that we're not just a city, we're a city, county, state, and we support the federal government in large-scale events. So our force per capita may be bigger than some cities of our size, but that's what we need.
National Press Club member and writer for Bloomberg City Lab, Linda Poon, sends in this question. The top criminal prosecutor in the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office just stepped down after refusing to follow a directive from the interim U.S. Attorney, Ed Martin. Are you concerned that these conflicts could affect the U.S. Attorney's Office's ability to prosecute crimes that are committed in Washington, D.C.?
Well, I think that this is what, and this is a conversation I had with the president about, again, a U.S. attorney is not elected, not appointed by the mayor, not accountable to local officials or taxpayers. So that is a position that either comes from the president or the attorney general, that appointment. So it is very important to us that the U.S. attorney focuses on violent criminals, on people who use guns, and on repeat offenders, and take hard cases to trial. And sometimes we see out of prosecutors, if it's not a slam dunk, they don't want to proceed. But we need to send a strong message that if you use a gun in the district, that you're going to jail. And that we need to have prosecutors who share that sentiment.
I want to just ask one more question about crime. So obviously violent crime in the District of Columbia has been down over the last few years, but homicide numbers, particularly this month in comparison, are slightly up. Are you concerned about that sort of rise in homicides in that same sort of vein as you're talking about prosecutions of violent crime?
Well, most anybody who analyzes crime doesn't use like a month as an indicator of a trend. And so we are concerned about any crime in any month and drive it down, but I don't know that I would suggest that was indicative of our efforts. What we saw last year was remarkable because of the really strategic work that our Chief of Police, Pamela Smith, has done. And one of the tools that she has used is a real-time crime center that we put in place down at police headquarters, and a partnership with the community to get more cameras feeding into this crime center so that we can both use it as a predictive tool, but also use it to make quick arrests and support better prosecutions. And so all of that together is helping. We have another idea that we're gonna pitch to the president because we believe that camera system works to help us fight crime, especially when we're rebuilding the numbers of people we have as crime fighters. And we think that will be a very important project for downtown Washington.
I want to ask a little bit about the RFK Stadium site. So you said last week you want the Washington Commanders to make the RFK Stadium site their new home. Why do you think that's the best use of that site, and what are you willing to do to entice them to relocate there? Are you talking about, tax breaks? Can you just expand on what you're thinking there?
Sure. Well, it was longer than last week that I've said it. I've said it since I've said it for a long time, since before I was mayor, I'm sure. And for people who are not familiar with this site, it is 177 acres. It's on the banks of the Anacostia River. It is the former home of the Washington football team. It currently has the former stadium, RFK, we haven't used, I think, in almost 10 years. So it is literally dilapidated and falling down. We've begun the demolition. But the rest of the site is asphalt parking lots. And so the district has had a lease with the federal government for RFK. I think that we got in 1988. The lease was going to expire, I think, 2038. So for us, for the city to really make an investment in that property, we had to have control of it for longer than the next 14 years. So we've been working to get control of it from the National Park Service so that we could make the investments in it. And we finally did that. And it happened at the end of December. So now we control it for the next 99 years. And we are either going to have a great development with an NFL stadium, or we're going to have a great development without an NFL stadium. Why we want the NFL to go there is because this is our team. And then, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, I believe that great cities have their sports teams, they have great entertainment, great arts and culture, wonderful restaurants, #1 park system like us. And so all of those things we think can happen in our city. And it kind of gets a chuckle, but it's true that when the World Cup comes to the United States, we can't have the games in the nation's capital because we don't have a venue. And we could have NCAA, the Super Bowl, of course, and lots of entertainment events that bring revenue to the city. For us, hospitality and sports and entertainment are not just fun and games. They employ a lot of DC residents with good salaries and contribute to our bottom line.
So we saw with Navy Yard and the wharf that redevelopment there led to increases in rent and housing prices. What will you do at the RFK Stadium site to keep that from happening while still creating what you've described as world-class development?
Well, what we've actually seen is when we build more housing, we have seen a less steep increase, like half the national average over the last 10 years in rent increases. And that is directly related to the amount of supply we put in the market for housing. We've created 36,000 new units, and we did it ahead of schedule. And because we've increased the supply, our rents have been blunted, and rent increases have been blunted, almost half than the national average. But we see the kind of housing crisis as a big one for our nation that we have to confront. I'm leading a task force right now with the National League of Cities to talk about how cities can work with the federal government on these housing issues. But even from when I started, what it takes to build affordable housing, the cost of labor, the cost of materials, inflation have just exploded. And for cities to continue to be partners with the private sector, we're going to have to be innovative and have great federal partnerships.
I want to ask this question from National Press Club member and freelance journalist Pat Host. What is the maximum seating capacity that you're willing to support at a new stadium at RFK?
I think what we've seen, and I think there's some flexibility there. Certainly we want to have something that's going to be, that works for the team and that works for our economics. And I think that the new stadiums are in the range of 60 to 70,000.
I want to pivot a little bit to housing here for a second and follow up on something that you said. So you recently introduced the Rental Act of 2025 aimed at supporting existing affordable housing, creating more affordable housing and making it easier to evict people charged with violent crimes. Affordable housing has been a focus of your administration since you've taken office. Why did you take this up as a core issue for this city? And can you assess for us where things stand in terms of reaching your goals for housing in the district and what else still needs to happen?
Sure. So we introduced the Rental Act, and I would kind of break it into two buckets. The first bucket is kind of rebalancing what I call our policy environment, similar to what I said about public safety. COVID caused a lot of changes to the law, changes that were meant to help during the period of time where people couldn't work or people were sick or businesses were closed. And some of those policies and operations have had a tail. And so we have to change the policies. We have to address the kind of operational issues that are keeping people and landlords and tenants from having the relationship that they had before COVID. And focusing on the fact that we won't have safe, affordable, and well-kept affordable housing if people aren't paying their rent. So we're addressing in one half of the bill, like the 30% of people who we think are using the system to not pay their rent. And it's having an effect on the 70% of the people who are doing exactly what they should and what they're contractually obligated to do. So that's part of it. The second part of it is how do we get back to the type of production that made us #1 in the region, in the area of and the jurisdiction in the country that has invested the most in affordable housing. So we have to get back to that level of production that got us to 36,000 units. And part of that is looking at our laws, and one of them is around, we have a law that focuses on allowing renters to be able to buy their units, affordable units. So where we've made some tweaks to the TOPA law that ensures that TOPA is focused on affordable housing, not all housing, and that like financial transactions aren't kind of swept up in the law. And so these are some things. This TOPA law hasn't been modernized since it was created, and we think it's necessary to do now so that we can be #1 again. Now, when I was elected 10 years ago, our biggest issue in this city was how do we stay affordable for more people? Because we do have a hot economy. People do want to live here. People are starting their businesses here. And the thing that I always remind people of, like even in this space of time, when the Census Bureau put out their most recent report, which was the fastest growing state in America? Washington, D.C. So people vote with their feet. So they're moving here, so we have more people who lived here than before the pandemic. Our schools came back faster. And so it is important that we continue to have this be a city that people choose to live, and affordability, housing affordability is like the #1 thing on their list.
I want to ask you a little bit more about your partnership with the National League of Cities.
All right, so we were just listening in there to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She's speaking on the future of the city as you're taking a live look there at the White House. And we're going to continue that conversation once we sneak in this 2-minute break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. In just a moment, we're going to head back to Washington, D.C. as the mayor, Muriel Bowser, is speaking at the National Press Club about the future of the city. And this all comes after President Donald Trump on Wednesday threw his support behind calls for a federal government takeover of the U.S. Capitol. Let's head back to that live discussion.
In the District of Columbia, the point-in-time count showed homelessness in D.C. rose 14% between 2023 and 2024. What specific efforts are you taking to combat that rise in homelessness? And is President Trump right that federal resources are needed to combat that rise?
Federal resources can always help. I think in point in time, it does fluctuate. We've seen it, and I have had in my tenure a huge focus on ending family homelessness. And we're very proud that a promise I made to close a notorious family homeless shelter that was in an old hospital would close, and we would open humane family shelter across the city, and we did. We opened 8 shelters that housed no more than 50 families, and we were able to decentralize the services for that families that allowed them to get into permanent housing. So we know that that system works. If we put people, while they're experiencing an emergency, in a smaller, better resourced, more humane environment, they can get it together and move on to permanent housing. So we've done that on the family side. We think we need a similar approach on the single side. Now, what can the federal government do? First of all, a lot of people that you see on the street and we have shelter. Unlike a lot of cities, we have shelter. So anybody that's on the street and has has a shelter bed if they want it. And so we have invested in that system, and we want to continue to invest in that system to get off the street. Here's where the president, we don't think is right, is that the number of people on the street is not vast. It just isn't. Anytime you see in a city of our size, if there's a park or there's a place where a number of tents are, it is jolting, and it's a jolting to us, and we want people to get off the street. In the same period of time that you mentioned, we cut the number of encampments and the number of tents in the city by half. And so we know the types of processes that can work to do that. What doesn't usually work is kind of a mass just displacement of people, because guess what? They just go someplace else down the street. So part of what we do is try to work with people to get them in a place where they'll move to shelter or they'll move inside to housing. Otherwise, it's like a whack-a-mole. If we'll close it down here, and then we'll have the same issue down the street. So yes, we have to work with it urgently, but we also have to be smart so we're not just displacing or moving around a problem. Here's another place that the federal government can help with federal housing vouchers, especially for veterans. And we've had a program like this before, and with federal housing vouchers for veterans that come with services, we can almost get any veteran into housing. And I think that's in line with the administration's goals.
I want to pivot a little bit and ask this question from a National Press Club member and National Journal editor, Kirk Bato. Are you concerned with sponsors or acts pulling out of World Pride, given the administration's position toward the LGBTQ community? And do you have any concerns about the Trump administration impacting World Pride?
I am concerned about it because we have seen a sponsor pull out, and keep in mind that this is a global event. It happens in places around the world, and I think it would be helpful to have a statement of support for World Pride in the District of Columbia. And keep in mind, like I said, we're a world-class city. We have beautiful hotels and venues. Many of them, I'm sure, have probably already been booked. And if I can't believe that the president would want to send the message to people not to come to the nation's capital.
Let me ask a little bit about Cedar Hill Hospital. So can you give us a status update on Cedar Hill, and what's the timeline?
Cedar Hill is a hospital that I committed to create 10 years ago to make sure we had a world-class hospital that was on the east side of the city. For people who are not as familiar with D.C., part of our city is divided by a river, the other part by Rock Creek Park. So you can kind of think of D.C. in three parts. Well, the part east of the Anacostia River did not have a fully functioning hospital with the quality of care that we expected, and we believed that we had to create a new hospital to get that done. So we have a great partnership with GW Health and their physicians who are going to work there. We've built the hospital over the course of the last several years, and we expect to open April 15th.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, we've been listening to this discussion with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser speaking on a range of topics, as you just heard, but a lot of questions about President Donald Trump, and that's because he threw his support behind congressional efforts for a federal takeover of the nation's capital, saying he approves putting the District of Columbia back under direct federal control. We are going to continue that in just a moment here. However, I did want to let you know we are also keeping an eye on this event set to start here very shortly. This is going to be U.S. Congressman Josh Gottheimer. He's visiting Newark Liberty International Airport to announce new actions to support air safety for Jersey passengers and families. All of this and more coming up on the other side of this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on your Friday. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We've been listening into this discussion with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser on the future of the city, but there's a lot on the docket today as we are awaiting this other live event as well. This is going to be an update from Representative Josh Gottheimer, and he's going to be visiting Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey to discuss air safety changes to support Jersey passengers and families. Keeping an eye on that for you. But if you are just joining us, we were listening into this other discussion with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, as I just mentioned, as she's talking about changes to the city, the future of the city, and what we can expect. So I do want to head back over there and listen in.
I want to ask a couple more local questions here. So one from the audience. The housing voucher system is deeply troubled. Support for new tenants is severely lacking, and landlords are taking financial advantage of this program. What is being done, or what will you do about it?
Well, I don't know if I would agree with everything that was said in that question, but I will say this, is that we have created intermediate step. We had our council funded a couple years ago just a big number of vouchers, and our charge was to get them out and get them out quickly, and we worked on a program that we believe would work. But I think what we need is what we discovered, that is we can't take a person who was living on the street and just put them in a unit even with support. People are struggling. So we bought recently, and this is our strategy, to look across the city, but especially in places where we know we can get people to come inside. That is almost like dormitory housing, but it's shelter housing, but it is that step between being homeless and unhoused and maybe on the street and going into permanent housing. And so we believe that that's the strategy to work, a bridge housing, if you will. And that's how we want to use our vouchers.
Let me ask another local question here. This one comes to us from National Press Club member and freelance journalist Pat Host. Ronnie Clark was killed on Christmas Eve in Northeast D.C. when a driver hit him and fled the scene on foot, leaving Clark trapped under the car. 2 months later, there have been no arrests by MPD. Clark died at the scene. Why hasn't there been more of an effort by your office in particular or MPD to get community help to bring this killer to justice?
I will, let me look into that. I'll take that as a note to look into. Certainly, our police are very aggressive about investigating traffic incidents just as much as any other violent crime. So I'll need to be updated on that.
Sure. And before I ask our final question here, let me take a moment to thank the Headliners team leader, Jen Judson, Headliners team member and past National Press Club president, Donna Lanwan-Leger, and club executive director, Didier Saji. And finally, thank you to our audience. I hope you'll join us on Friday, March 28th for Career Day at the National Press Club. If you're looking for your next journalism or communications job, you'll have the opportunity to meet recruiters, get training, and update your headshot and more. It's also my honor to present our guest with the coveted National Press Club mug.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you use it all the time. We'll close with a final question here. Two, actually, final questions here, if you don't mind.
You ask really fast. So,
yeah. We've been knocking through them here. We've got a lot of questions in. I'm very experienced at this. Will D.C. take the Trump administration to court over executive actions or anything else? And how much do you expect the GOP Congress to be involved in blocking bills through the D.C. Council?
Well, I think if you look, I'll take the second one first. If you look back at kind of the history of congressional interference, It's almost predictable, the type of issues that the Congress has interfered in. They usually are social issues that members want to make points on back at home. So we had a ban on, we continue to have a ban on locally supported abortion. We've had a ban on cannabis regulation, which is really dangerous, actually. And we've had other interference on mostly social issues. The most recent issue being on public safety, and that's a longer story. But now there are a lot of bills kind of moving in the Congress that we're focused on. And usually we can kind of beat back issues, and we work diligently on it. I'm very grateful for the partnership I have with Representative Comer out of Kentucky, who is our oversight chair. So we work across the aisle. We always have.
All right, so we were just listening into that discussion at the National Press Conference with the D.C. mayor. However, another live event has just started in regards to air safety announcements. This is going to be U.S. Congressman Josh Gottheimer in New Jersey at Newark Liberty International Airport.
Morning, everyone. Always good to be back at Newark Airport. It's a nice balmy day here in Newark. In just the last year, the Port Authority reported that 146 million air passengers flew in and out of the New Jersey, New York metro area. That's, by the way, a new record of air traffic, the second record in a row, the year before being the highest number. While the number of flights has surged, the number of aviation workers protecting us has not kept pace. Not long ago, I was here visiting the tower, where I saw firsthand, the tower's right behind me, I was up there, I saw firsthand air traffic controllers working around the clock to keep our skies safe. It is a grueling job, and as many of you know, they are woefully understaffed in the towers. Many are working overtime, incredibly long hours, and back-to-back shifts. The situation for air traffic controllers is so dire that more than 90% of our nation's air traffic control facilities operate below the FAA's recommended staffing levels. In fact, nearly 1/4 of those locations, more than 70 across the country, are missing at least a quarter of the recommended workforce. These safety professionals and their support staff help build out flight paths, help with the data support, help with technology in the towers and on the ground. And they do trainings. We've got the best people in the business there, and let me just tell you, it's not easy work. Now, we also have a huge shortage of other FAA workers, and people don't realize this. A huge shortage. It's not just in the tower, it's other FAA workers that ensure our safety. That's a huge problem. As of last December, we were 800 short of FAA technicians. At many facilities, workers are forced to work mandatory overtime, 6-day work weeks just to fill in the gaps. Technicians fix and operate safety-critical pieces of equipment, including radars and communications technology, every day keeping us safe. They're on the ground in the towers, helping to handle the huge surge of air traffic. Many people are flying across the country with less staff on the ground to handle this huge increase in air traffic. So we've seen a huge surge in air traffic and fewer FAA safety workers protecting us. That's why I'm here today, because despite all of this, starting last Friday, the Trump administration announced that they were gutting the FAA and firing hundreds of these critical FAA workers at our airports across the country. Now, given our current FAA staffing shortages, the jump in flight delays, and the tragic number of recent airplane crashes and near misses, that makes zero sense to me. Why would you cut FAA workers at a time when we know there are more incidents, more traffic, and more challenges? Let me say this again. The Trump administration wants to barrel ahead and slash the aviation safety workforce, despite the fact there have been 14 fatal airplane crashes in just January and February of this year alone. Why would you lay off critical aviation workers who protect our safety? That shows zero thinking and strategy, in my opinion. The FAA and air traffic safety is no place to slash and burn and create chaos. Last month, we lost 67 souls in a tragic crash over the Potomac River. 2 days later, 7 people were killed when a medical jet carrying a child patient crashed in Philadelphia. A week after that, 10 people were killed when a plane went down in Alaska. 2 more were lost just a few days ago in Arizona. We obviously saw on Monday the plane flip over in Canada. Thank God no one died. At least 87 people, though, have perished so far this year. If we want to reassure families that we're doing everything to protect the lives of our loved ones, we can't also tell them there'll be fewer workers looking out for their safety when they fly. Once we lose these workers, by the way, making up the difference is an uphill battle. It's very hard to get them back. Under the best circumstances, it could take more than 4 years just to train a single air traffic controller. Training FAA technicians, which are also key to safety, and mechanics can take more than 2 years. Today, I'm announcing new actions to fight back against these FAA cuts to help keep our aviation workers on the job, keep our skies safer, and ensure the safety of our families when they fly. First, I'm announcing new legislation to prohibit major staff cuts at the FAA if a fatal crash has occurred in U.S. airspace within the last year. When it comes to supporting those who work hard every day to protect us, we can't cut corners on our air safety. Second, last year I helped pass the Federal Aviation Administration Reauthorization Act. It requires the FAA over the next 5 years to deploy critical safety technology at airports across the country to help prevent what's called close calls on the ground, right, and around our runways. Today I'm sending a letter to the FAA demanding that they keep and fast track this initiative. They can't gut that program. And I make it very clear to the White House. You can't gut the program that's key to air traffic safety on the ground, right? To prevent those near misses. They can't freeze the resources going to them or cut staff working on that. Finally, as a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and on the Financial Services Committee, I understand how critical air safety travel is to our national security. Unfortunately, we've seen firsthand in the skies above us what can happen if a terrorist gets control of an airplane. You want the best people protecting us in the towers behind me and on the ground, able to respond quickly and smartly. I proudly helped write, negotiate, and pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It included $15 billion in federal investments to support projects to increase airport safety. This legislation is paying dividends right here in Jersey. Last summer, New Jersey airports received $53 million to improve our air traffic infrastructure, upgrade our terminals, enhance runway safety. Newark specifically received more than $42 million to enhance security on the ground. Also, the FAA Reauthorization Act requires secondary cockpit barriers to be installed on all commercial aircraft to help prevent airplanes from being hijacked in the air. It's a common sense requirement that came out of the 9/11 recommendations. It was the last requirement that wasn't passed into law. Now it's law. I will never stop fighting to ensure that all our families across the country are safe and secure and they can get home at night. We're here today to tell anyone who tries to play political games with our air safety in New Jersey or in the United States, we're not going to let that fly in Jersey. To be clear, I'm all for government efficiency, and I have a record of that, but not for stupidity. And firing FAA workers is just plain stupid and puts Jersey families and passengers at risk. So let's work together and solve this problem as we always do, because working together, the greatest country in the world, I know that our best days will always be ahead of us. Thanks so much. God bless. You guys have any questions?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Congressman, with all due respect, they're
Yes.
going through every department, slashing everything. 2025 is in effect right now. What do you think that you can do? They've already gotten rid of the air traffic control.
I think we're going to have to, hopefully, that's one of those things they cut and they didn't realize the impact of it, and they're going to try to get them back. You've seen them backtracking already on several areas, like the avian flu, the bird flu. They immediately realized they had a problem, and they went and tried to get them back, right? And I'm hoping if we can get a little wake-up call here of what this could mean, especially after what's going on in air traffic safety these last few weeks, as we saw firsthand, that they'll reverse course and realize this is not the time to cut air traffic controllers, the FAA support staff who help our air traffic controllers, mechanics, and others that, of course, are key to our air traffic safety.
Have you spoken to anyone at the White House?
We've reached out, and we're reaching out again today. Listen, I'm all for working together, as you know, and this is one of these places where I'm hoping that when they wake up and realize this was not a smart move, you know, this was not a place where you're going to create smarter efficiencies, but actually put safety at risk. And I'm hoping they wake up and realize that and reverse course here. And obviously we've got budgets in Congress that are coming up, and this is an area where I'm expecting them to actually respect what we've allocated in Congress. And I'm going to be very strong about my feelings this. You know, this airport is key to our economy. It's key to our, and these air traffic safety controllers behind me, and of course all of the FAA safety employees are key to protecting our skies and all of our families.
You said you reached out. Are they not taking your calls?
No, you reach out and hopefully we'll hear back. So far, we've not heard back. No. But again, I'm very open. My phone, you know, very open to it. And hopefully, we write these letters that we're sending them. Hopefully, we'll hear back. You know, I'm for finding solutions to problems, right? And that's what I'd like to do here. Now, I know you guys would like to stay out here for another hour and hang out, but I'm going to try to say thanks to law enforcement, thanks to everyone who's here today, from the port and from all you do to help us. Let's keep safe and let's make sure we get this fixed. Thanks so much. God bless.
Taking a live look right now at Newark Liberty International Airport, where just moments ago that press conference with Representative Josh Gottheimer did wrap up as he was speaking on new actions to support air safety for New Jersey passengers and families. All of this coming after President Donald Trump's administration has said that no one at the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA, with a critical safety position has been fired as it cuts the federal workforce. But some FAA jobs that were eliminated had direct roles in supporting safety inspectors in airport operations. That's according to their union and former employees. About 400 personnel were let go last week. There is still not a complete picture of who was fired, but the union representing about 130 of them said the staffers included aviation safety assistants, maintenance mechanics, and nautical information specialists. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a number of live events that have popped up here, and we're going to bring those to you on the other side. Thanks for watching. And welcome back. We did just take you out to Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey to hear about putting into place measures for air safety. And we're going to stay in that region. Our next live event takes us out to New York right now, as nationally renowned civil rights and personal injury attorney Ben Crump is hosting a news conference on the 60th anniversary of Malcolm X's death to call for declassification of documents in the case.
You're going to always have the person speaking in the Senate. So do you want to start off? You want to start? No, you stay right there. Ryan, stay right here. Get on this side. Okay. And then when you come, you're going to preach. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let us know when everybody's ready. Hey, he's on the phone.
Who's on the phone?
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, and along with Attorney Ray Hanlon, Attorney Nabiha Shear, legendary attorneys Flint Taylor and Jonathan Moore, and supporters Ron Baldwin, Cameron Mitchell, we all stand in solidarity with Ilyasha Shabazz and their estate, and representing the state against the City of New York, the FBI, the CIA, and the Department of Justice. Today is a historic day that marks the 60th anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King. During this Black History Month, we believe now more than ever, we need to tell the story of Malcolm X, one of the greatest thought leaders of the 20th century. And this is important for all of our children, Black children, white children, brown children, red children, all to know the importance of Malcolm X and his great contributions to not just the American society, but the global society. On this historic day, marking the 60th anniversary of Malcolm X's assassination, we formally request that the President declassify Malcolm X files, just as he said in his executive order, and I will read the first part of his executive order that we think is apropos to our demand here today. By the authority vested in me as President by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered as follows. More than 50 years after the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the federal government has not released to the public all of its records related to those events. President Trump is quoted in his executive order as saying, their families and the American people deserve transparency and truth. It is in the national interest to finally release all records related to these assassinations without delay. The President very aptly described our own demands here today to have the records declassified regarding the assassination of Malcolm X. As we said in the executive order, after 50 years, the John F. Kennedy Collection Records Act that was passed in 1992 said that the records could be released. Well, it's been more than 50 years since Malcolm X was assassinated. Today marks 60 years since the assassination of this great leader, Malcolm X, and the federal government has yet to release all the records that led up to and followed Malcolm X's assassination. The family of Malcolm X and the American people deserve transparency and truth, just as it is in the interest to finally release all the records related to his assassination without delay. JFK, RFK, MLK. We need to add Malcolm X. Why wouldn't we release Malcolm X's records if we're going to release the records of these other leaders who were assassinated? And I know there has been a lot made by the president and other leaders about a deep state existing in the secret services. I do not have information about whether a deep state is in existence of the day. That is beyond me. But based on what we have learned in investigating these claims for our lawsuit on behalf of Malcolm X's estate, we are confident that these records will show that there was a deep state in the 1950s and the 1960s with J. Edgar Hoover at the helm that targeted American citizens, and specifically they targeted African American leaders like Martin Luther King, like Fred Hampton, like Huey Newton, and of course, they targeted Malcolm X. These records will lay that bare. And so, in this instance, more than any others, Ilyasah and family members of Malcolm X are fighting day in and day out for justice for their father. 60 years later, they're still fighting. The American people are deserving of knowing the truth of the federal government's targeting of Malcolm X and the ultimate cover-up to ensure his family and the American people could never seek justice for the wrongs committed. These dastardly deeds need to be revealed to the public as a teachable moment so we can do everything we can in our power to prevent the targeting of American citizens by our own government. Again, I repeat, the American people deserve transparency and truth. There is no longer a national interest to not have these records released. And we ask that these records be declassified and released in their entirety without further delay. Before we take some of your questions, Malcolm X's daughter, Ilyasah Tobias, will address you. Ilyasah.
I'm only going to support what Ben Crump just said. We are only asking for the declassification of our father's records, along with President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and of course, Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King.
Thank you, Elias. Are there any questions?
Mr. Crump, can you be just a little more specific in your exhaustive investigation so far? What have been some of the roadblocks that you've encountered where you feel that having a full disclosure of documents would get you past those?
Well, certainly. We have, in our lawsuit, laid out all of the reasons why we need to see the full extent of the FBI and the CIA and the New York Police Department covert activities to conspire to assassinate Malcolm X and to cover up that assassination. It's almost as if you're putting together the puzzle, but a chunk of the puzzle is missing because individuals on the other side of the room are holding the puzzle pieces behind their back and saying, you all haven't put the puzzle together completely. Well, we know because you all have the other puzzle pieces. And so what we're trying to do, and we're following the demand of the family, but really, President Trump aptly described our demands for Malcolm X in his executive order when he made the case why he was going to release JFK, RFK, and MLK records involving their assassinations. We see no difference why Malcolm X's files should not be released. We can't think of a single solitary reason why his FBI files would be any different than the FBI files of Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. Yes, sir. Yes.
It's been 60 years now since your father was assassinated. How emotionally has this impacted you after the 60-year mark and you still don't have the answers you want?
You know, I simply think of my mother 60 years ago to this day coming here and witnessing this assassination of her husband and giving him comfort as he took his last breath right in this space, and to focus and turn this place into, you know, the Shabazz Center for others. It has been a challenge, but we are going to have a lot of faith that we will be able to vindicate his assassination.
Thank you so much, Eliasa. Any last questions? Any last questions? If not, we thank you so much. We will continue to keep you updated. Obviously, May 19th will mark, had he lived, the 100th birthday of Malcolm X. We pray that we will have his records released fully by then, and we pray that Mayor Eric Adams and the federal government will finally do right by Malcolm X's family. How long for justice for Malcolm X? May 19th. Set your calendars. Thank you.
We were just in New York City, and you're taking a live look at it right now as we were listening into civil rights attorney Ben Crump. He was hosting this news conference on the 60th anniversary of Malcolm X's death, and he was calling for the declassification of documents in the case. All of this coming after the estate of Malcolm X filed a lawsuit against the United States government and Department of Justice, the FBI, and the Central Intelligence Agency, as well as the New York Police Department. That lawsuit is alleging these entities played a significant role in the events leading to Malcolm X's assassination. Any more on this, we will bring to you on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. We are going to go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, lots more news to get to. Stay with us. And welcome back. Throughout the morning here, we've been bringing you discussion from CPAC, which is the Conservative Political Action Conference, happening in National Harbor, Maryland. That is right next to Washington, D.C. And it does look like there is another speaker coming onto the stage. Let's head back over there for that coverage.
Back slap.
Where's Michael? What kind of music is that?
I don't know.
Is that Iranian music?
No, but we should play one.
Hey, was Benny Johnson not great?
That's great.
I saw some dance moves out there that were pretty. That was pretty good. Did you get to see that? Benny got the whole crowd dancing.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he's such a charmer.
And tonight, just so you know, I don't know where Natasha Owens is. She's probably she's getting another dress made.
She's got a special dress. It was like
she's got a special song for you guys tonight. So anybody who's going to the dinner, and if you're not going to the dinner, make sure you watch. I know C-SPAN's got this. X has it. Ben Shapiro was showing this, live streaming this on the Daily Wire yesterday.
Right.
So many ways to get this content, so you make sure you watch. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So I'm in a little bit of a vulnerable position today because
I don't know if that's a good thing, Schlapp.
I've known
I've
known Ambassador Mark Wallace. I choke on that because, you know, when your friend has an august title like that.
Never used it before.
Ambassador, whatever. But, you know, it is kind of, I mean, ambassador to the UN, so it's that takes it down a couple notches, actually, when you say UN. But the, sorry, it's just the way it is.
You're vulnerable here, Schlapp.
I am vulnerable because he's known me a really long time. Priscilla O'Shaughnessy's here. I know she's going to be mad at me for saying it, from my hometown of Wichita. Priscilla's known me since I'm like 18, 16, 17, something like that. So you could probably learn some bad stuff from Priscilla if you
Matt, you're really telling your age right now, okay?
And Wallace is in the same position. But Mark, it's a great honor for Mercy and I to have you and your beautiful wife. You guys do such amazing work. You had me, give me a very special invitation to go to the 80th anniversary at Auschwitz recently. I went to Poland. Mr. and Mrs. Balaban and Henry, I went to Poland, your home country, even though you're Americans. And a beautiful place. We met with amazing people. It was a very moving trip. Thanks for including me. But to have you here is very special for Mercy and I. You're a great friend. The work you do, you've done behind the scenes and prominently to try to make sure that we defang Iran and Hiva, from your point of view, give the Iranian people a shot. It's the mullahs who are in the way, just like the same problem we have in Cuba, the same problem we have in China. So thanks for being here.
Guys, thanks for having me. And I have to do a little something to start this.
Oh, no.
Indulge me because it's a sentimental thing. I have to get some real thank yous out of the way and talk about what this is, because I've known them a very long time and I've seen this grow and I've seen what it's meant to the Schlapps. And it's very moving for me to work with them. They're very dear friends of mine. But first we have to say, I have to acknowledge and tell a story. I want to acknowledge the government of Poland, Prime Minister Tusk, my friend Radek Sikorski, and the Polish delegation. The president of Poland's coming as well. And there's an entire Polish contingent here. Guys, stand up just for 1 second.
And the Poles here, you stand up.
Every Pole.
Come on.
Every Pole.
Who's Polish?
Stand up.
Come on.
No, the delegation.
There's more.
The entire delegation, stand up.
There we go.
Because the reason why that's so important is Poland is here in so many ways, and their government is so wonderful. And I had a crazy caper to exfiltrate a drone out of Ukraine and work with our allies, the Poles, to sneak an Iranian drone out of Ukraine and fly it on a Polish C-130, and it's displayed here. They're great allies. And before the president even did it, they are the biggest NATO defense spender in the world. They spend nearly 5% already, and they are really the poster child of what we want a NATO ally to be about. And it's so great to be here, and all the Poles to see them here. It's really exciting. Now, I was talking in the green room. It's, you know, the Schlapp green room, I guess. And I was talking to the Foreign Minister Sikorski and Amanda McKinney, who's here, and I'm talking Iranian drones and things, and this is what CPAC's about. All of a sudden, it turns out that Poland, and I didn't know this, is one of the great apple producers in the world. And Amanda, wherever she is here, produces incredible apples in Washington State. So immediately, the CPAC discussion in the green room that was about Iran drones turned into a apple diplomacy, and that's what this place.
Which could have easily turned into terror, so it could have gotten really fun, right?
But it's a testament to what CPAC is about. And, you know, having known them, it's really what the schlaps are about, because you can have a conversation with real people and important things and the binds that tie us together. And Matt and Mercy, I've seen you, and I knew you before you were Matt and Mercy. And to see that and the things that you do for our country and for all of us, you know, I just think we should give them an applause. I have to do that. I've known them a long time. But to Matt and Mercy, I mean it. You know I mean it. I'm totally hokey.
Okay, you're going to make me cry. Let's get going.
No,
I think he just wants to get invited back.
And let's talk about tough things.
Hiva, you married this guy who is this anti-Iranian regime activist, anti-extremism activist. We have a lot of commonality. Your organization doesn't really get involved in politics. You're really involved in national security.
We are.
We get involved in politics, but there's a lot of crossover here. There's so much that we have in common, because at the end of the day, if it's not about human rights, God-given rights, what is it all about? And you must have this amazing experience of seeing Donald Trump's maximum pressure campaign that your husband had a lot to do with building, then this 4-year hiatus, which is everything to subsidize this radicalized regime. And now we're back to trying to bring the regime, not the people, the regime to its knees by depriving them of everything they could possibly need, including customers for their petroleum products. How does it feel to be back on the right track?
It brings hope back. Let me tell you, the 4 years, it felt like a betrayal. It felt like a betrayal. All the money that President Biden gave back to the Iranian regime, not a single one of it went to the people to do anything good for this country. People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom. Basic freedom of just not, how threatening is my hair right now to you? A young woman died, well, yeah, but a young woman dies on the street for just showing a bit of her hair. And President Biden did not support any of it. And to me, that was unacceptable. And thank God that President Trump is back, because this regime is scared. Let me tell you, all of its proxies are brought down to its knees. It is, if any change is going to happen, it is now, and this is the time. And I am so thankful for the maximum pressure being back on and all option against this regime. Because
Hiva, you grew up in Iran. You spent time there. Yeah. Your family had to flee this regime. I mean, how difficult was it for your family to pick up and have to leave everything to come here to the United States?
Well, your family knows something about that.
Right,
too.
both of you.
Yeah,
I mean,
both of us.
We have a Cuban American and an Iranian American sitting next to one another. It's an amazing testament to our country that you two are here and can talk about human rights and freedom. Because I know them obviously both really well, and their experience across the world is so similar. You know, and there's hope now. But you know.
And where we have come this far, this country has provided so much opportunity, and just to the freedom and the opportunity that has brought us. I mean, I would have never thought I would be sitting here with you guys, with this amazing audience, talking about President Trump. And to me, this is a dream come true. And
Mercy, how long was your father in prison?
This is very near and dear, because what you see. And, you know, we had this conversation yesterday with the Jewish families, the families of the hostages, of the tragedy of really how horrific governments can be, terrorists can be, and for us in the United States, we don't comprehend it 100% because we live in this great country. But when I look at my father, who is now 89 years old, who, back in the early 60s, when he did have to confront the communist regime, and he was put in a situation where, he was building his businesses, he was in the prime of his life, to have to turn everything over to the communists because they came in and said, give me your keys to your house, give me your keys to your businesses, and then he's left with nothing. And
And we are listening in there to another discussion at the Conservative Political Action Conference happening now in National Harbor, Maryland. We've been bringing these discussions to you yesterday, this morning, and also tomorrow. We are expected to hear from President Donald Trump at CPAC. That was confirmed yesterday. That time we're still unsure of, but as soon as we know, we will let you know as well. We are going to go away for another break. We will be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Happy Friday to you. We are going to head right back out to the Washington, D.C. area. This is technically taking place in National Harbor, Maryland, right next door. This is CPAC, and they have been having discussions all morning. Let's listen in.
Tends to tell you that it stands for some kind of godly principles. What an abomination they are. It's important for them to know that due to Mark's good work, that we're on to them, that we are going to make sure that we stop them, and that they should be, we said yesterday, around the globe, all the right people are sweating.
That's right.
They're worried. And that's part of the maximum pressure campaign, is to make sure that they understand that if they take steps against America, against Israel, against Jewish people, against Christian people, against our allies, against the stability of civilization, I believe, I'll speak for him, even though I don't represent him, I believe President Trump and our allies will take the steps needed to make this stop. And that starts with Israel getting rid of Hamas. It starts there.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's very rare when you can look into the eyes of a despotic regime, because they usually lie, and the propaganda they put out is to tell you that they aren't who they are. But that drone downstairs, that Shahed 136, is the ubiquitous terror weapon of mass destruction across the Middle East.
There it is, right there on your screen.
There it is, and we have it downstairs. It's been used against Israel. 3 American service members died on the sharp end of that because of, in my opinion, failed policies of the previous administration. Numerous service members have been injured. It's attacked our allies in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, across Syria and Iraq, and shipping in the Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea, even in the Persian Gulf. And of course, they've sent over 6,000 of these drones into Russia to attack Ukraine. And it is an indiscriminate terror weapon that kills innocent women and children. So every time you see an Iranian official, and we list them, say this propaganda and they smile at you, the smiles that oppress their families, you'll look at this drone and that's the true face of oppression. That drone is what they really are.
So and thanks for bringing it here. I think it's important. The other person who was going to be with us today was the Crown Prince of Iran, who played his, you know, Mercy and I sometimes pinch ourselves because we have the most fascinating meetings at our CPAC headquarters. And he came to our headquarters and we had this great conversation about his view for the government of Iran to be a secular government and the government of Iran that would recognize the state of Israel, a government of Iran that would rid itself of this concept of fueling and feeding and funding terrorism. He's an important voice, and he wanted to be with us here today.
Right, and we heard, we hope, he indicated his mother, the great Shabanu, is sick, and he had to return to Paris.
The Shah of Iran's widow is alive.
Yes, and apparently she was ill, and we wish her the best. And I'm personally disappointed that I didn't get to see His Royal Highness, and I know he would have been a valuable addition. But we have to figure out ways to support the Iranian people, just like we supported the Cuban people, because these are the oppressed. Any ideas?
You know, we've been thinking about this.
Should we do it? Should we make some news?
Yeah, I think we should make some news. Why don't you make the news?
Oh, man.
Mercy, you're okay with the news, right?
Yes.
Because I always have to...
I'm not having another baby.
This is why...
I would love to, but we're...
Oh, she says that until someone puts a little baby in her arms, and then she starts having...
I could be a grandmother before.
This is why...
This might be harder than actually raising a baby. Let me just say.
This might be harder.
But it's worthwhile.
We might have opened up a bad topic. But
it is worthwhile, though.
I will say this is one of the reasons why we're here as couples too, because I kind of saw how you guys operated at the museum that you're opening up on the corner of Auschwitz, at the corner of the camp where this horrible criminal lived, who was the camp
Commandant. You watched the movie The Zone of Interest, the Huss house, Rudolf Huss. We don't like saying his name. I'll only say it one time. But the man that institutionalized the industrial scale slaughter of Jews and other people, Poles, Romans.
A lot of Poles.
Yeah, a lot of Poles. But millions of Jews went to their death looking at that house. It is the true face of evil. We managed to put and you were there, we put a mezuzah on the front door of that house after 80 years.
Yeah, and I got to touch it. It was incredibly meaningful.
It was so interesting when we put that mezuzah on. Sometimes you just do things and you don't realize, and we put it on that door. We observed the halakhic principles in doing it, and we just did it. And everybody, Jews, non-Jews alike, wanted to go touch that mezuzah, and it's become just a real rallying point.
It's an evil place.
It's a wonderful U.S.
I will say it's an evil place. I felt evil there. I didn't like being there. So it's very important that we take evil places and try to, make them more holy.
And we got to teach. We got to teach the people. We got to teach the people that these tragedies, these genocides, they happen. They have destroyed communities. They have destroyed families, and it must stop.
So let me just say one thing. I want to just say this one thing. It's really important. So we had a great tour guide at Auschwitz, and I'd never been to a concentration camp, a death camp, a work camp. On purpose, I hadn't gone. Because I already know I think it's terrible, and it upsets me so much to even be there. But one of the things I learned was the initial intent of Auschwitz was to kill political prisoners in Poland.
We're listening into this discussion with Mark D. Wallace. He's the former ambassador to the United Nations. This conversation will continue on the other side, but my time on the desk has come to an end. Thank you for spending the past several hours with me. On the other side of this break will be my colleague, Mike Page. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Friday edition continues right now. Live look at the White House as we right now are waiting for tape playback of President Trump remarks. As soon as we got that, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I'm your host, Mike Page. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours as we bring you top stories, live feeds, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. Do want to show you the Dow. Right now, we are entering session lows, all right, here at more than 500 points in the red. We do have massive sell-off going on right now as investors continue to worry about tariffs and higher interest rates and inflation as well. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on this for you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, while we do wait for that tape playback of President Trump, let's go out to CPAC for more on this conference right here as they gear up for the next speaker in a roundtable session. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Leads, where stories inspire. Welcome home. Whether it's Christmas all year long, heartfelt romances, or movies that bring families together, we are here to make you feel at home. At Great American Media, our foundation is quality. Our promise is to always deliver entertainment that aligns with your faith and values. Thank you for standing with us as we stand for faith, family, and country. Enjoy CPAC. And remember, when you choose Great American Media, you choose entertainment that lifts you up. Join us and experience the best in faith and family entertainment.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who've had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
America is under attack. Our families are being crushed under the politics of a radical agenda. But moms have had enough. We are standing up and we are fighting back.
This is our battle. This battle is every bit as important as the Revolutionary War because we fight for the same thing.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the Constitution.
I think Moms for America is exactly on track and is doing the right thing for the future of our country and our children.
Like Moms for America is going at the heart of the issue.
I want to go on the record and say I'm for moms, I'm for America, and I'm especially for Moms for America.
But I am honored to join Moms for America today as we speak out against the horrific mandates.
With a national network of over 500,000 mothers, Moms for America is one of the fastest growing movements of women in the country.
The most dangerous place in all of nature is between a mama bear and her baby cub.
We are the change. No matter what, no matter where, and no matter how difficult the obstacles are that are facing us and our families, we will not give up and we will not give in.
So if not now, then when? If not you, then who?
Welcome to the Mom-led Revolution.
CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right U.S. Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman CPAC Hungary, Miklos Santo.
Dear friends, fellow patriots, what a time to be alive. For a wonderful month, Donald Trump has been back in the Oval Office, and we can all breathe free again. And would you look at Elon Musk and Doge? I have never seen so many liberal tears in my life. And I'm from Hungary, you know, the island of freedom of Europe. It is our national sport to make the liberals cry. But of course, you know that. You know a lot about Hungary, don't you? But why? It's because our Prime Minister...
All right, everyone, we will get you back out to CPAC a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but you can see that we are getting the tape playback right now of President Trump at the White House giving remarks here. So let's play this out for you all right here on Live Now. Let's listen to it.
Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. President. Good, sir.
We are seeing President Trump make the rounds right now. This is the governor's working session at the White House, and President Trump is now going to be speaking here to the governors. Let's listen in.
Well, we're in a very good mood. We just had the highest poll numbers I've ever had, ever.